priority for business. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the Q&A function. We will be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is the globe icon, and select Russian. To listen to today's session in English, similarly, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, again, the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to Sinisha Milatovic, Business and Human Rights Specialist at the UNDP. Sinisha, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Kalia. Hello all, good morning. I hope that you're all doing well and ready for the final day of the forum. I will now briefly, before we go into our next session, recap yesterday's events for those who weren't there or were not able to attend all of them. We had 3 sessions. The first one focused on human rights due diligence and lessons learned that can be learned in our region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. We introduced the concept of human rights due diligence and had a bit of a discussion on how it's faring in the region. On the one hand, we heard of the variety of tools that are being used on human rights due diligence. One of our speakers called human rights due diligence a basket of tools, not one. These tools can include third-party auditing, assessments of suppliers and business partners, and so on. Obviously, however, COVID-19 has made it difficult to actually implement some of these tools and to carry them out, to use them, because, for instance, auditors cannot travel and so on. But we've heard of remote assessments. Another such tool is a tool developed by UNDP, our business and human rights team in Asia, on rapid self-assessment during times of COVID-19. And Turkish companies have used this tool with the assistance of UNDP and will continue to use it. So there is human rights due diligence work going on. At the same time, there is human rights due diligence work going on at the regulatory level outside of our region, mostly in the European Union, with a succession of laws that have been adopted and the EU-wide directive that's being readied for next year. And as one of our speakers pointed out, this could have a spillover regulatory effect for the region and for other regions as well. However, at the same time, it has to be recognized that while human rights due diligence is a way, the prevention of adverse impacts to people is the primary purpose of human rights due diligence, and this fundamental change in mindset hasn't occurred yet. But the consensus is that voluntary measures have not done their job, and that laws are coming, essentially, whether at the national, regional, or international level. Our second session focused on access to remedy. We reviewed the common challenge in the region, which is a lack of mechanisms for remedy of abuse, and this often relates to a lack of knowledge and capacity on business and human rights within judicial systems. It was agreed that training and capacity building as of lawyers, judges, prosecutors, and others is needed, and that obviously corruption with large-scale business interests being prominent, the corruption plays a huge part in why access to remedy is difficult for victims of abuses of human rights by businesses. It was also discussed what role national human rights institutions could play, and it was agreed that they could play a very important role in addressing human rights violations in business activities, but they're also limited in the strict mandates that they have, which don't necessarily cover business and human rights, as well as their lack of capacities and resources. Finally, we had a session on business and human rights in Southeastern Europe, and the discussion focused on how we can change the mindset from a corporate social responsibility focused one, which looks at corporate responsibilities to do good and to provide charity and philanthropy and so on, and how we can change that mindset to recognize that the corporations have obligations to respect human rights, to carry out human rights due diligence, and so on. The discussants, agreed that this would require both public pressure, changes in laws and legislation, albeit some of them are already in the books, as well as further regional cooperation, but that there are significant obstacles, including public apathy, the weakness of trade unions, state capture and corruption at the highest levels, and the desire of policymakers in the region to present it as attractive to business by lessening worker protections and engaging in a race to the bottom. At the same time, it was agreed that this is a good starting point for future regional cooperation, and that, you know, at the next forum and in between, we will try and foster and strengthen regional cooperation between the discussants and others interested in strengthening business and human rights work in the region. I hope that provides you with a quick recap of what happened yesterday for those that weren't there. And now I'll hand the floor back over to Javier. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinisha. I will now pass the floor to Luciana Trindade de Aguiar, Head of Business Call to Action at the UNDP Finance Sector Hub, who will be moderating the session titled Gender Lens to the UNGPs in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Luciana, the floor is now yours.
Hello and welcome, everyone. Yes? Can you see me?
Hi, Luciana, we can hear you and see you.
Okay, good. So welcome, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here moderating this session. In this session, we will cover the topics of gender inequality and discrimination of women in the context of business activities, as well as the gender responsive framework that states business enterprises and other stakeholders could use to achieve substantive gender equality in the region. I encourage you, all of you, to make the most of it, to embrace this opportunity to learn from the experiences that will be shared here today. I'd like to welcome our distinguished panelists here, Joanna Sismonek, that is a co-founder and chairperson of the Oversight Board of Polish Institute for Human Rights and Business. I'd like to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Stefan Hemström, Ambassador designated of Sweden to Turkey. I also would like to welcome Business and Human Rights of the Yaroslav Mudryk National Law University in Ukraine. And I'd like also to welcome Melich Osos, Innovation and Creative Manager in Limac Holding. To start this conversation, I'd like to provide some context about gender equality in business in countries from Europe and Central Asia region. The process of gender equality is being built by small progresses and setbacks when we analyze data from the region. And we can easily find that according to the Women Business and Law Index that tracks if women are on equal legal standing with men, countries from Europe and Central Asia region, in most cases, achieve above average scores, mainly in Serbia, Kosovo, and Albania. Despite this relatively good performance in this index, no economy in the region is a top performer in terms of improving legal measures for equality between men and women. At the same time, some countries implemented change that have already reduced equality. So when we look at the region, particularly what we discover is that these economies that have the longest list of jobs prohibited for women, the progress is being made. And this is good news. Many economies lifted restrictions on women employment because of labor shortage, mainly male-dominated industries. And they have recognized the economic benefits of higher female force participation in these industries. Still, when we look at women participation in the job market, only 1 in 5 companies in the region have women in top managerial positions. This is a tendency that we see all over the world. But we've seen that the share, the percentage of women participating in top management ranges around 14% in companies. And in what relates to entrepreneurship, what calls our attention is that regionally only 32% of business, including MSMEs and big companies, are led by women. And what is interesting to look at is that women tend to set up business in the informal and lower paid sectors. So usually lacking access to credit and networks. That's also a global tendency. So what we can see, and that's quite common for women-led companies, is that in the region, women own 1.2 million small business, but they are often struggling to get loans, and they are less likely than men to access financial mechanisms. And the other point is that they don't have access to other crucial types of financing. So the financial mechanisms are not adequate, are not reaching women, and they are mainly relying on informal financial mechanisms. So these vulnerabilities require business to take stronger action in order to adequately relate and protect women as employees, business partners, entrepreneurs, and clients, based mainly on their particular characteristics and needs in order to contribute to the achievement of gender equality in the short and long term. Monette to tell us more about the discrimination and differentiated impacts experienced by women and girls in the context of business activities. Joanna, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to share our experience. I'd like to talk about this discrimination issue in two blocks. So one is discrimination in business as employee, and the other will be the discrimination in business activities, so in entrepreneurship. So the first, and we also made a huge progress in terms of equal treatment and putting more women in business over 10 years, but still the picture is not so rosy, and there is much to be done to improve the situation. Gender discrimination is actually the second most popular discrimination in Poland. The age is first, the gender is the second. As you can imagine, a lot of women experience both at the same time. So collecting those experiences, bad experiences, when the discrimination is likely to happen, I'd like to point some common ground, some common risk that can actually lead to discrimination women in the company. And they are mostly related to, of course, pay gap, so the pay and reward system. That's still the most popular ground for discrimination in terms of the gender. And the second, still popular, is related to some parental commitment. So when it's likely to discrimination to take place in the company, first is the lack of transparent pay and reward system. So if the pay is still kind of authoritarian decision of employer, and there is no transparent and clear rules of job promotion, of pay promotion, there is quite likely that discrimination will happen sooner or later. That's our experience. The second, the lack of any grievance mechanism or any institutional frameworks that actually allow to report the cases of violations of discrimination, or it's really it's actually make impossible to detect any violations and to react for the company to provide themselves with any opportunity to react to any cases of potential violations or actual violations. Another thing is actually lack of equal access to education, training, and so on, because the discrimination is not always very direct. Most discrimination, it won't happen when you have the court case. It won't happen because you're women. The employer always says, okay, it's not because you're women, it's because you have lower skill set, it's because you have lower job experience, it's because you have lower qualification. So if your company do not think in a broader picture and design any procedures and tools for development of people and culture in a way that actually think not about the results of some action, discrimination also might happen. Discrimination might not be first intention. It can be a side effect of some procedures and policies of the company. Also, the role of the leaders. If you have the leaders that are promoting women in business, then this is quite likely that they will be present in the management board. They will be present more among CEO positions, and this kind of leader will do anything to put more women into in the right position, the higher position. And to picture it, I come across a very charismatic leader who always said that when it was any type of position, higher top position, he says he needs to have at least 3 female candidates, and if there was any, because no of the females decided to apply for this position, he made all others managers to force them to actually put them on the list, and says, if they do not want to apply for this position, we must find out why. And if there are some barriers, we need to remove the barriers. And the reason why he's doing it is not because any empirical data about, business case for having women. He was saying, I am a father of 3 daughters, and I cannot imagine that they will enter someday their career life and they will see that there is no opportunity for women, and they have only very low position to cover in their career lives. No, if there are some barriers, we need to remove them. And in the opposite, you have the leaders who actually provide some or build some spirit of work. And another thing is like that we observing now in Poland is some kind of trend of campaigning in favor on what type of discrimination. Last year and this year we have this big LGBT issue, and a lot of companies actually were campaigning that they are LGBT friendly and they will have this inclusive and diversity and inclusion policies, and they are really showing off their support for LGBT community. And there was the cases when actually some women were discriminated because they had some parental commitments, because the LGBT was more important than parental commitment, than be respect as a parent. So we cannot actually put one discrimination issue over the another. Actually, the company that's implying any diversity and inclusion policies has to treat equally every person, regardless their background. So we can also see the move like, okay, we are very LGBT friendly, but if you're a parent, you have a big problem because the job should be most important to you, not your children. And this is the kind of cases of discrimination when women actually are asked about the plans, the parental plans, what would they choose if the kid is ill, job or a kid. So this kind of cases, they are still present, and the quality of the leadership, it's also a huge issue here. As long as putting the women as a role model model. So this is also some data, some statistics said that if there are more women playing the kind of role models, showing that, okay, I can do it, you can do it as well, the huge wave of more women in the management board, more women in the top position, start to move and follow. So these are some aspects, but also important thing is women to be educated, to educate themselves, to be aware of the rights. If we do not ask for more, for the equal, for example, salaries equally high as men, we don't get it. It's as simple as that. And it still happens. Even we have so huge campaign, so huge awareness campaign, how the women should fight for the right, should be aware of the value, should execute actually, you know, the value. We still have very young women who are actually entering the employment market and the market, and they are, and when they ask, did you prepare yourself for the pay negotiation? She said, they said, yes, but I would rather not ask for too much, because they won't employ me. So also the attitude of women themselves to be, to value themselves and ask for the same as men can go and ask for some certain condition for their work. That's the one side of the coin. There are, of course, certain corporate procedure and policies to deal with that, and the companies can do a lot to reduce the risk of discrimination. But the other thing is when the women decide to be their own boss, to be an entrepreneur. And this thing that I would like to point here is some trends on the, especially women who decided to go into the self-employment. And actually, there was a discrimination, not from the business. There was kind of discrimination from the state. So the law that is not really high quality in terms of providing for entrepreneur women to combine the roles of being a businesswoman and being a mother. Because in those areas, there are most discrimination from the state happens. And these are issues like when women decided to go on business, their own business, to start their own business. And it was in the same time, or likely in very similar time, they also decided to go into motherhood. And a lot of, we have a huge problems in the past because the law was weak and provide and allow to actually violations from some women, some self-employed women, to take out from the system a lot of money. So now the institution actually treat every woman who decide to be an entrepreneur and a mother as a kind of, you know, criminal who wants to steal the money from the system, not to actually not to be actively active in the business. And this is a big problem because the level of intervention into a business activity is incredibly high in comparison to other business, to other men doing the business or female employees who are on maternity leave. Also taking, you know, experiencing and taking the maternity allowance, but in comparison to entrepreneur females, they do not. The situation of the second is of the female is entrepreneur female is much worse. So we need to actually have two things. First is the effective corporate policies and procedures to prevent and to address the risk of discrimination. And the second thing is also in supply chain, that is also important, not on the company level, but we need to think in more complex way also in supply chain, also in the context what been said in the due diligence, new changes in due diligence. So in that term, company needs to think through again how they approach the issue of discrimination. And the second thing is the state should also review the legal provisions treating the businesswomen or self-employed females that want to at the same time be a mother, because they can combine these roles. But in case of continuing with the law like this, we will have more and more demotivated to their own business women. And we have more, if the women decided to stop the business activity, this of course will be, they will move to the public, to the budget spendings, because the one conclusion that could be from the being discriminated by the state in that case will be, it's better to do nothing than to actually do the business, pay the taxes, pay the social contribution, to work on my own employability. It's better to do nothing than be active and be punished for that I am active woman in the job market. So I think that this is the most important issues that are in the Polish job market again. And the last, which is pretty sad, but it's also bring another challenge, is we already know that the woman will be the most affected group after COVID-19 and during the COVID-19 era. So we will deal in another challenge in terms of the female employees and female business activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, and very interesting points that you brought here in terms of the role of the leadership, putting women role models, the role of women in educating themselves, and also the role of society in promoting cultural change. I'd like to hand over now. I'd like to invite actually the ambassador Stefan Herrström to present Sweden's experience in promoting business and human rights through gender lens. I'm sure, Mr. Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you very much. Many thanks for inviting me, being Swedish ambassador designate to Turkey, to participate in this really exciting initiative. I have three main messages to share. First of all, successful and competitive companies of the future are those who make human rights, gender equality, and responsible practices in a broad sense part of their core business. This is manifested in the Swedish National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights that we launched in 2015. We did it as the 6th country in the world, and in this plan, the government expresses an expectation on companies, the expectation that all Swedish companies shall act sustainably and responsibly by working for human rights, gender equality, good working conditions, environment, climate, and they should combat corruption. By placing high demands on Swedish workplaces, we try to create the best conditions for our companies to become world leaders. We believe that all this, good working conditions, including for parents, both mothers and fathers, are necessary to enable innovation and lead to higher workplace efficiency. Additionally, obviously, you should never underestimate the power of good and the value of the brand. Today's markets are highly demanding. International companies need to comply with the guiding principles in order to remain competitive, to attract customers, and to be attractive employers. To walk the talk, our state-owned companies must be role models in terms of sustainable business, and our government has therefore made human rights an integral part of the corporate governance of Swedish state-owned enterprises by strengthening the follow-up of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights. Secondly, I have seen the usefulness of these processes on business and human rights during the last 5 years, which I spent as Swedish ambassador based in Bangkok, Thailand. This has a special background. In partnership with UNDP there, UNDP Regional Asia, Sweden supports the implementation of UN guiding principles on business and human rights through the development of a national action plan capacity building, awareness raising, and South-South learning, peer learning, and cooperation. Thailand, where I was posted, was the first country in Asia to adopt such a plan, and that's then become kind of a source of inspiration to other countries following that example. And I believe it became a priority in Thailand because people in power eventually realized that the dire economic consequences the country could face if its business operations were tainted with irresponsible practices. In Asia, examples of these kind of practices were often related to environment, often, as we know, often related to women in the textile industries. Women are often disproportionately affected, like was said at the last by the last speaker also, now by COVID-19. At the same time, women are also very often important drivers of positive change, like being actors in civil society demanding their rights. My advice to governments developing national action plans now would be engage with human rights defenders, engage with marginalized groups, engaged with affected communities during the various drafting steps, implementation and monitoring processes, listen and learn from their experiences. But additionally, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Plans are not enough, implementation is key. The credibility of the national action plans is at stake if and when human rights defenders, often women, continue to be threatened and when their rights are violated. And this takes me to my third point, the gender lens. Representing a government pursuing a feminist foreign policy, feminist policy overall, that's a lens I always try to apply. And we have a history here dating back to when I was a kid, I was a teenager, back to the 70s, when one example, the tax system was reformed to create incentives for women to enter the labor market. And when gender discrimination on the labor market was prohibited, and when employers were legally required to take action to promote gender equality. It wasn't enough to prohibit discrimination, they were required to actively promote gender equality. And then the ombudsman was created as a grievance mechanism. Also, there was a ban on discrimination based on parental leave introduced. At the same time, now we should remember the day we have today, the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, the start of the 16 days of activism ending on the Human Rights Day, December 10th. The horrors of gender-based violence and sexual harassment are present everywhere. also in workplaces, also in companies. And we know that it has increased during the pandemic, and it's often facilitated online. There will be a particular focus on this by UN Women here in Turkey this year in close cooperation with Sweden. We need to see this violence, we need to recognize that it's there, and we need to fight it. We, meaning not least, and perhaps first and foremost, us men. There is another gender lens to be applied, the unfair distribution of unpaid care and domestic work, very much the background to the reality of discriminatory practices. Its value is just stunning, at least 10.8 trillion US dollars, based on an estimation of unpaid wages on a global level. How much is that? 3 times the size of the global tech industry. And 3/4 of this unpaid work is performed by women. Hence, they are in that way prevented to realize their full potential in terms of paid work on the labor market and in terms of taking on positions that truly reflect their competence. How to address that? 2 lessons learned from our Swedish experience. First, the crucial importance of organized, affordable, and high-quality childcare. And secondly, again, we need to engage men through parental leave for fathers. In Sweden, this was introduced 1974, and now we have 3 months reserved only for fathers. And I would say that this has really had a crucial transformative effect, not least on the mindset of people, also broadly in the private sector. These measures and others have, during my lifetime, changed the Swedish labor market from a situation when I was a kid, when mothers basically were expected to be at home, and we had female labor market participation of 30%, up to now 77%. Still with the remaining gender pay gap, but the change has been there. Additionally, men in power in business could look also to the women's empowerment principles for inspiration. I know that many Turkish companies have adopted them. Positive steps are taken by progressive companies. I remember partnering with IKEA in Southeast Asia when they launched the 30 days of paid parental leave for fathers, because they saw the business case for it. Obviously, it's the right thing to do, but they also saw the business case for it. They wanted to be an attractive employer. So there are many ways to describe everything we gain as human beings when human rights are protected, when human rights abuses in value chains are combated, harassment of human rights defenders is stopped, but it's also good business, good sustainable business, both for women and for men. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador, for your words. Very interesting points that you brought here in terms of policies that enable innovation and that also enable higher productivity in gender equality and in human rights. We have time to discuss it a little bit later about this with the attendees. So now I'd like to hand over to Olena Uvarova for bringing the perspective about the gender dimensions of internal displacement in Ukraine and the role of corporate responsibility.
Thank you.
Olena,
Thank you very
over
much.
to you.
Thank you very much, and good day for all. And I would like to thank organizers for the unique opportunity to take part in the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. It's a really important moment for the region to have such a forum. And I ask to show my slides. Thank you. And next slide, please. And I should say that Ukraine has major progress to promote gender equality as well. And we have the position, for example, governmental commissioner for gender equality. UN Women in Ukraine is implemented a lot of important projects in Ukraine. We have very active civil society organizations which promote gender equality in Ukraine. So we have many good examples of multi-stakeholders initiatives, multi-stakeholders efforts, but we still have the question why gender equality is not priority for business, and actually why we need to make such priority, why we need to make gender equality as priority for business. And first of all, we should answer to the question actually why gender equality matters. To my mind, because of the need of a new social contract, and the contract not just with state but with business, and without real substantive gender equality, such contract will be impossible. This statement is especially true for the post-Soviet countries. Next slide, please. And I should explain why. Such explanation gives us general context of the gender equality implementation in Ukraine in particular and in the region on the whole. There are common for countries in the post-Soviet region, although in different degrees, the absence of free private businesses for a long time, or concentration of state-owned businesses in key sectors, strong state control on all economic processes, and a large state share of state participation in the economy, which led to the lack of tradition for business to take responsibility, and the lack of expectations of society for responsible business conduct. We have long period of undemocratic political regimes in the region, which led to a lack of tradition of understanding the values of human dignity and personal autonomy, which core basis of corporate responsibility to respect for human rights. And the idea of human rights was subordinate to state policy. Collective interests prevailed over the individual. Legal regulation was based on the principle of the supremacy of state will, but not on the rule of law principle. As a result, post-Soviet background still leads to paternalistic approach in legal regulation. For example, next slide. The labor code prohibits business trips for women who have children under the age of 3 years, just for women, total ban. It's just one example, but it shows general approach, general paternalistic approach in legal regulation, and actually it impacts on expectation of society and businesses, how should resolve all problems related to human rights issues in general and gender equality in particular. And such a regulation has a number of negative results in the context of promoting gender equality in Ukraine. There are just some figures to illustrate, and I want to comment shortly just the first one. You can see that percentage of women in companies boards in Ukraine is just 30%, and actually in Ukraine, in order to receive information on the representation of women in company management, the UNDP in Ukraine had to implement a special project because we have not any official statistic about this data, about how many women, how many men are in the company's boards. And this project was about analysis of open information in state registers, which shows the names of managers, but not sex, just names. And sex was determined by the patronymic. For example, Vladimirovich for male and Vladimirovna for female. So it was the way how to receive information on the representation of women in company management. Next slide. And you can see other numbers, other figures, and actually CEDA committee commented the situation in the region in concluding observations based on the state reports of implementation of CEDA convention, and we could find very similar comments related to the situation in Ukraine, in Armenia, in Kazakhstan. You can see that the CEDA committee said that it's concerned that significant gender pay gap and the horizontal and vertical segregation in the labor market, the concentration of women in traditional and low-paid sectors of the economy, and a glass ceiling that precludes most women from reaching senior management position, impede the full achievement of equality at work. The same comment was addressed to Ukraine in 2017, to Kazakhstan in 2019, and to Armenia in 2020. Next slide. And if we are talking about UN guiding principles pillars, the region is characterized by the use, I would say, of non-BHR model of regulation. What I mean, there is no leverage on business that would encourage it to comply with the requirements of corporate responsibility to respect human rights. Societies remain state-oriented in their understanding of the human rights mechanisms. Both society and business presume that if the state does not make a certain requirement, then business does not have a corresponding obligation. Corporate social responsibility continues to play a leading role, replacing human rights issues. Gender equality policies are seen as something like a luxury, just that companies which have any other problems could have gender equality policies, grievance mechanisms, and so on and so forth. And next slide. And all these factors lead to special vulnerability of women in times of additional threats. Times of the COVID-19 shows it very well as one example. For example, we can see negative impact of women's underrepresentation in company management, and they cannot influence enough to business decisions during the COVID-19, gender unequal distribution of household responsibilities, and so on and so forth. And next slide. The situation of internal displacement shows such additional vulnerability of women as well. And in Ukraine, the Council of Europe project Internal Displacement in Ukraine, Building Sustainable Solutions, supported the standalone project about gender dimension of internal displacement, and one of the focus was to corporate responsibility to respect gender equality in a situation of internal displacement. And among the recommendations of this project were following. Companies should make a public statement on commitment to gender equality. However, even the most responsible companies that have gender equality policies almost universally fail to pay attention to cross-sectoral discrimination or additional vulnerability factors for certain group of women as internal displacement women. In Ukraine, we have analyzed publicly available corporate policies of the companies. These companies are members of the UN Global Compact in Ukraine, as well as those of the companies included in the Corporate Equality Index in Ukraine. In other words, the companies that strive to be responsible in the field of human rights. But we found only 4 companies that describe their actions concerning job non-discrimination and inclusiveness, with 2 of them providing gender-based statistics and examples of their actions to promote gender equality. However, every single company fails to mention the situation of internal displacement, even in the publicly available list of the ground of possible discrimination. Among the recommendation was as well to analyze applicable laws, internal policies, implementation practices for any direct or indirect discriminatory impact that they might have on internally displaced women and girls. Just one example, there were instances in Ukraine when the bank loan questionnaires provided to internally displaced persons for opening or developing their own business contain the consent of the wife, thereby indirectly indicating the bank's expectation to have a male client, actually. It's a very small example, but it could have negative impact as well. As the general conclusion is always, there is no universal recipe for human rights due diligence, but in situation of additional vulnerability, the principle of reasonable accommodation should be combined with reasonable initiative on the part of the company itself. Reasonable accommodation is intended firstly to be initiated by the person herself or himself, which could be obstacle for such person. And secondly, it's not designed to develop systemic solutions of the problem, which could have vulnerable individuals, vulnerable groups. In fact, reasonable initiative in the basis of the human rights due diligence mechanism and is intended to identify those areas that require a special approach, even no individual requests are forthcoming. Thank you for your attention, and I would be glad to receive questions.
Thank you, Lena. Very interesting points that you brought in terms of the due diligence on human rights mechanisms that companies have to implement, as well as in terms of cross-sector discrimination and the needs of the companies to implement programs on human rights aligned with gender equality, and in terms of and also the role of regulation in stimulating this. Now, I'd like to hand over to Melih Ozus, over to you for presenting the women empowerment and leadership practices that you have implemented in Limak, Turkey.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and it's a pleasure to participate and have the chance to speak. Had the chance to speak at the first regional forum on business and human rights in the Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So this is Melih Ozus, Innovation and Creativity Manager at Limak Holding Turkey. And I think I'm the only speaker representing the business sector in here, so I really feel myself privileged on this. And I will try to issue from the business perspective and give some examples within Limak company, but very shortly on Limak. We are active in construction, infrastructure, energy, cement production, management, ports and airports, and tourism sectors. And we are active in 15 countries all around the world, and with more than 55,000 employees, mainly in Turkey with the mega projects like the Istanbul Airport, the Dardanelles Bridge. But we are also active in Kuwait, Russia, Ukraine, Georgia, North Macedonia, Kosovo, and 3 countries in Africa, namely the Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, and Mozambique. It is actually a large group, an engineering group, and the industry fields and sectors we are active in are very famous globally in 2 terms. One of them is the worst in digitalization, especially when you think of the latest pandemic and the new modes of working. But we are also the least woman-friendly sectors globally, I could say. Just to give you some numbers, according to the World Economic Forum, the construction and infrastructure sector only accommodates 60% of women employment, and the energy sector is accommodating 19% of women employment. And these are the 2 main sectors and industries that we are active in. So I could say that they are like the least woman-friendly compared to the others. To put it in a perspective, let me give you some numbers with regards to the Limak company as well. I mean, the numbers that I will be giving, they are back to the June 2020. They are quite recent numbers. And at the moment, we have 30% of women employment in the whole company in Turkey. And this 30%, they are mainly concentrated in the tourism sector, in the investments, and in the technology sectors. For instance, in terms of the construction, we only had the 4% of women employment. As such, so we are an engineering company, and women engineers are also important. In total, according to the numbers from 2020 of June, we have in total around 2,000 engineers working in the company, and the percentage of the female engineers amounts for 18%, which is quite high. And I mean, when you compare it to the last year numbers, so I could say that there's kind of a net 1% increase. I mean, 18% is not that high, but still, I could say that, you know, we're catching up with we're higher than the global average, I should say. And the sectors for the women engineers is mainly on construction and on the energy. And we have in the project in Kuwait, in Kosovo, in Çanakkale Bridge, in Dardanelles Bridge. So we have a lot of women engineers working. Just to mention, we have our energy group, Limak Enerji. In the year 2018, they have received a prize from the Turkish Ministry of Energy. And it has been shown as the best company in Turkey in terms of the women employment. As I can say, we are closer to the world average, but still we have a long way to go. And we are trying our best to increase the numbers in Turkey and in the countries that we are operating in. Our chairperson is a woman engineer, and her leadership is quite valuable in here in giving the direction to our works and initiatives in this field. And we are trying to increase these numbers and have a say in Turkey and in the region, in the world, with the social investments that we are running. Actually, Olega has mentioned that, you know, the corporate social responsibility still plays an important role in business in order to increase the women employability and women employment. But actually, we all don't want to call them as the corporate social responsibilities. Instead, we are calling those initiatives as the social investments, because, you know, the issues that we are dealing with, like inequality, women employment, the STEM education, refugee issues, sustainability, they're so big for one corporate, for one company, or for one government to deal with. Therefore, we definitely need to address in a cooperative and collaborative manner with the participation of the state governments, of academia, civil society, national and international bodies. Therefore, in all the projects that we are running, we always do follow a multi-stakeholder model, and we try to create a social impact, an economical impact in Turkey and in the region. And we are not only doing it for the sake of being good, we are also doing them for the sake of for good for our country or future and or future generations. In that perspective, I should say that gender equality is important and it needs to be made and achieved, because as women make up half of the population, we cannot omit the potential of the 50% of this population. Now, I believe women have a lot to contribute in the business world, and we cannot shut out and close our eyes to this contribution. Just to give you a very striking example that I have listened and read a couple of weeks ago, the World Economic Forum, they have published a new report called The Future of Jobs 2020. Actually, this is a series of the report that they have been publishing for many years. And there are really, really two interesting points, very striking points. According to the report, it says that by the year 2025, machines will do half of the jobs in the world. This means that machine hour will be equal to human hour, which means automation actually. Automation will increase widely and it will change the world that we are living in at the moment. And this is going to happen in only 5 years. So machines will take over the human beings, no matter men or women. So we used to have the blue colors, white colors, gray colors. So I think we also definitely need to add the metal colors in here. And how we're going to struggle, I mean, while we are struggling with the gender equality at the moment, we need to think ahead 5 years. We're going to have the metal work. We are going to have the machines coming into the picture. So this is, I think, very striking. Another striking point from the report, from the same report from the Economic Forum, is that it's about the reskilling, and it says that with the urgent and immediate need for digitalization, I mean, as you know, in Turkey, some companies, they have digitalized for 10 years overnight. So with the urgent need of digitalization, we need to transform the 40% of the current workers in all sectors into the new realities. And if we don't transfer those and don't upskill those, reskill those workers, they are going to lose them. They will have no place in the workplace. So I think this is very striking, very scary. I know it's a little bit cold, but as I said, we're still discussing what needs to be done in order to obtain the gender equality and gender balance in the workplace. I mean, again, the World Economic Forum statement saying that the gender gap should be closed in 100 years. In 100 years is really terrifying, because we don't have 100 years to close the gender gap. I mean, we don't even have 5 years, because in 5 years the machine will take over everything. So, and I think the pandemic, it has been also touched upon by some speakers during the discussion. The pandemic also has revealed once again the urgency of the matter. The International Labour Organization report on women employment during the pandemic is also quite shocking. We see that both men and women, they have been affected by the pandemic in terms of the job losses, but women, they were hit harder compared to men. And millions of women, they have lost their jobs, and they have already been living in poverty, and they were already been living without any social protection. And the numbers, they have increased tremendously. I mean, I'm sure that one day, the vaccine will be available and it will be distributed all around the world, and everybody will be able to reach at the vaccine. But the problems and the challenges that we do face at the moment, like the gender equality, migration, sustainability, global warming, CO2 emissions. I mean, I wish they also have a vaccine, but they don't have. So what we need to do is to reset, and what we need to do is to change the way how we look at the things and how we look at the issues. And I believe, sustainability in that terms, adopting sustainable ways of working and doing business is a way to do it. It's very important. Actually, this has also been what has been said by Mr. Ambassador, walk the talk. And in that sense, I feel myself lucky to work at DIMAC as a group who gives a lot of importance and attention to the sustainability and the work on sustainable development. Actually, we are one of the first companies in Turkey in the construction sector to publish the sustainability report and sustainability reporting. And we have been working on this issue for the last 10 years with the strategies, action plans, regular sustainability reports, etc. And very recently, we have set 12 strategic goals for the company, among which we have some goals on energy efficiency, clean water, use of plastics, women empowerment, and governance on sustainability. And by the year 2026, we want to increase the number of women working within the group by 40%, which is quite an ambitious, actually, target, an ambitious vision to reach. How we are going to do it? of course, this is the big question. I mean, we have a lot of initiatives and works that we are running at Limak, but I just want to give two examples of it. One of them is the Engineer Girls Project, Türkiye'nin Mühendis Kızları, and the second one is the UNDP Gender Seal Program. I have been highlighting, I just wanted to highlight those two. I mean, we are running those projects in very close partnership with UNDP Turkey, and we are really thankful for them to cooperate, for their cooperation and collaboration. Engineer Girls is designed to inspire the next generation of women engineers in Turkey and abroad. As said, engineering is very poor on women empowerment and employment. And in order to increase the employability of women in engineering sector, we have started the project back in the year 2050. So we are cooperating, we are partnering with the Ministry of Family Work and the Social Services, with the Ministry of Education, UNDP Turkey, Boğaziçi University, and national and international CSOs. We have started very small, only with 41 students. And now this year we are ending up the 5th year of the program. And so far we have reached 102 graduates in the program. Among them, 71 of them, they have started their first working experience and their first jobs. And for those who are still looking for their jobs, so we're helping them out to find their jobs. With the current students and with the graduates, so our number has hit to 430. So it's a huge family. We have over 150 mentors and the coaches working in the system. And very recently we have received the new application for the new cohort. And in 1 month we have received more than 2,000 applications. And right now we are selecting those students, and 150 of them will be the next cohort. They will form the next cohort. I mean, TMK, the Engineering Girls Project, is not only a scholarship program, it's also English course certificate program and everything, obliged social work, gatherings, role models, etc. We just don't want to have the best engineers, we also want to have the good engineers as professional and as persons. At the very last, the second program that I just wanted to mention, the use case, is the Gender Seal Program, again with the UNDP Turkey that we are running. We have been doing it for almost 2 years, and by the end of this year, we are hoping and to finish it for next year. Once it will be complicated, actually it is Limak Investment, one of the companies of Limak, will be the first company in Turkey to receive the Gender Seal Program. And the aim is to label the company as a full, sensible, and aware of the gender perspective and the gender balance. But the bigger aim is to be a model for other companies, other Turkish companies. And as much as more companies will receive the Gender Seal Program and the Gender Seal, it means that there will be more equal and more balanced women representation in the Turkish private sector. So I think this is all I have to say at the moment. Thank you.
Melih, thank you so much for bringing these interesting practices that you have implemented inside of your company. We are running out of time, unfortunately. I'd like to open for questions, but I'd like just to bring one point. There's one question that it can be to any one of you. Just keep in mind that you have less than 5 minutes to answer. What do you think? Why do you think gender equality is essential for economic prosperity? Please, one small phrase for each one of you to reply to the attendees, and we are going to close the session because we've run out of time. Who would like to respond to this question?
I could start if I may.
Yes, please.
Okay. And actually, it's challenge to speak with business in human rights language, and of course the economic perspective could be much more useful to speak with business, but if somebody is interested to have researches which explain links between economic perspective and human rights, economic perspective and economic profits and gender equality, you can send me a request and I can share with you. But actually, to my mind, each entity which has power, which is holder of power, state or business, should implement human rights approach and should respect gender equality. We could not link importance of gender equality, importance of human rights just to economic perspective, because what if it's not, we will not have any economic profits from human rights approach, any economic profits from gender equality. It should not be explanation of importance of this approach. So we don't need explain to the state why human rights important for the state. And we have today the same situation for the businesses. You have power in the society. That's why you should respect human rights and you should respect gender equality, to my
Perfect,
mind.
Elena. Thank you so much. Anyone else in one phrase would like to respond to this question? Joanna, would like to bring in?
Yeah, I just want to support this statement made by Olena. I really urge from thinking about equal treatment in the social and economic life only in the framework of business case. This is actually an obligation. This is a basic and fundamental human rights, and this how we should think about it. How to operationalize human rights in a business, how to comply with the legal standards in that. In those countries where the legal standards are weak, of course, this is the role of state to improve it. But then the next step is actually how to put the law into practice to achieve the performance of equal treatment. And that's how we should think about it. We cannot think about the human rights in terms of only a business case. This is an obligation. This is basic principle of our rights, female rights and the human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna. Your ambassador, would you like to make a statement related to walk the talk and how to implement the policies, please?
Well, I couldn't agree more than with my colleagues on the human rights aspect of this. Answering the business and economic question that was posed, I think it's a question of using 50% of the capacity and competence of the world population. It would just be stupid to leave that behind. As stupid as it would be to leave the other 50%, all us men outside. We are all needed, 100% are needed, and it's really visible when it comes to labor market participation. I mean, the growth potential there is calculated and it's enormous. So equality on the labor market would add tremendously to world economy, which would ultimately benefit all of us as human beings and would benefit the states in their attempts to fulfill obligations of right to health and right to education, right to clean environment. So it's a fundamental human right, but it's also a clear economic advantages by not leaving half of world population, men, or half of world population, women, outside. Thank you.
Perfect, Ambassador. Melih, in one phrase, would you like to add anything to this?
Actually, I also double Mr. Ambassador and Joanna. So, I mean, sustainable development is ambitious. It's very ambitious to achieve. So we need to use the full and the whole potential that we have in order to achieve. Thank you.
Perfect. So I'd like to express our appreciation and gratitude for our panelists for their presence and for sharing their experiences with us today. Thank you all for attending this session. And I'd like to hand over to Kaiva to finish this panel. Thank you all.
Thank you, Luciana. This concludes the session, Gender Lens to the UNGPs in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. We will now take a short break and will resume again at 10:20 Central European Time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for all. I think we can be offline, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you, Alina.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the third and final day of the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business. I'm Kavya, and I will be your technical facilitator today. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the chat function. If you have any questions about Zoom or require technical assistance, please feel free to privately message Kavya Insight Pact for help using the chat box. We will be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is the globe icon, and select Russian. Similarly, to listen to today's session in English, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is again the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to George Buma, Sustainable Development Team Leader at the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub. George, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much, Kavya, and welcome, colleagues, and it gives me pleasure to introduce this session, which is on the business and human rights dimensions of the green recovery. But before I get into the technical detail of this, I must begin with an apology, because having just followed the gender session, I have just realized that I'm actually moderating an all-male panel, and this probably should not be occurring in that sense. And so I do feel rather apologetic that we do have an all-male panel, and I'm sorry that we couldn't find any female participation for this panel. And I assure you it wasn't by design, but we do have a very well read and well qualified panel to discuss this topic. So I think I'll just push ahead regardless, because it is an important topic, and you know, there's been a lot discussed in the past 6-7 months since COVID took hold, and you know, a lot of attention hoping for a green recovery, and that like some other trends of the past, that the green recovery could be an accelerated trend as a result of COVID recovery. I think that the green transformation has been a fundamental part of development now for some time, and a recognition that we need to move towards much more sustainable forms of development, and focusing on green businesses particularly, and how these become job rich, and how they become drivers of new economic models. So it really is a fundamental kind of important topic for development going forward. And we probably see that in many Western countries that there has been a wide acceptance of this green agenda, but also with the appropriate due diligence and safeguards in place that try to ensure that human rights are adequately integrated into business models in those countries. But countries of the Europe and CIS are perhaps a little bit behind where some of these countries are at. So if we are going to foster this green recovery, you know, how do we ensure that human rights issues are adequately incorporated? And when I was looking a little bit at the kind of research for this topic, I did find that principally in the renewables business, that it actually ranks 4th behind mining, behind agribusiness and waste disposal as the worst performing sector for human rights abuses. So whilst we might think that going green is ethical and the way that we want to go, we could perhaps see that up to this point in time, there is perhaps some companies that have a checkered kind of history in this regard, and certainly I'm sure that there are many companies that don't want to be associated with this. So I think it's really a fundamental topic to discuss, and we have a panel to discuss this with, and a distinguished panel, and we'll introduce them, and then we will go into the presentation. And firstly, I'd like to welcome Maurizio Lazzala. He's the Deputy Director and Head of the Europe Office for Business and Human Rights Resource Center. Welcome, Maurizio. We have Jovan Protic, who's the International Labour Organization National Coordinator from the Serbia office. We have Sergey Solyanik, who's a consultant with Crude Accountability. Welcome, Sergey. And Peter Policki, who's the Director of Outreach and Education from Electronics Watch. So welcome to our panelists. And the aim of this session is to discuss why green recovery matters, focus on some good practices that governments and business communities and civil society can really integrate it to ensure environmental and human rights due diligence. Talk a little bit about the efforts by the EU, who have an upcoming adoption of the EU law on due diligence for the European Green Deal, which I think could be an interesting model to look at. And then some of the trends and challenges we have in the region with experience from Kyrgyzstan, Azerbaijan, Turkmenistan, and Kazakhstan. So with that, I will now hand the floor over to you, Maurizio. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me. I'm pleased to participate in this first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. I would like to give some examples from the region and touch on some of the issues regarding the EU. But first, let me say that last month, the G20 trade and investment ministers said that at this critical time, trade and investment must act as important engines of growth, productivity, innovation, job creation, development, and poverty reduction, to contribute to laying the foundations for a global economy recovery that leads to sustainable, balanced, and inclusive growth. These are welcome and inspiring words from the G20 trade ministers and highlight both the importance of trade and investment to resilience and recovery in the pandemic, but also the need for trade and investment to contribute to addressing the climate breakdown that we are facing at the moment, and the unsustainable levels of inequality of power that plague markets and undermine public support. And this collapse in public support in global markets has been sustained since the global economic crisis, and the danger must be that it will reinforce by the economic impact of the pandemic. And this is clear in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Many publics around the world do not speak of our times as the golden age of globalization, but rather associate global markets with inequality, precarious employment, stagnant wages, climate breakdown, and ruthless corporations. So responsible politicians of right and left are struggling to find ways to demonstrate to voters that global markets can deliver shared prosperity and shared security. They are joined by much of civil society and also by an increasing number of more responsible companies and investors. Our organization works with all these actors to build transparency on corporate behavior, on international standards for human rights, and provide research and analysis, including corporate human rights benchmarks. We also take up over 650 allegations of human rights abuse each year with companies to help seek redress when things go wrong in their operations and supply chains. So the reality revealed by our research and these benchmarks is that the vast majority of even the largest companies in high-risk sectors such as mining, apparel, agriculture, and ICT are failing to meet even the essential international UN standards of due diligence and duty of care for the workers and communities they depend on, and that are set by the United Nations guiding principles on business and human rights. COVID-19 brings additional challenges. Unfortunately, we are seeing an increasing number of reports on how the pandemic is used by governments and companies in Eastern Europe and Central Asia to perpetuate human rights abuses and intimidate human rights defenders. Changing the law in favor of investors, the ways that these are being done is by changing the law in favor of investors, suddenly approving controversial projects, unlawfully constructing hydropower plants, illegal logging, or persecution of activists. Let me give you a few concrete examples so that we are sure that we are not speaking in theory. In Georgia, a new amendment of the law restricts the ability of the public to participate in 2 stages of environmental decision-making: scoping opinions and environmental decisions on projects that are subject to environmental impact assessment. They no longer apply, and this has been done under the pretense of responding to the challenges posed by the pandemic. Another example, in Russia, there have been widespread waste disposal protests for a long time now. Thousands of people in different regions of the country have been marching against planned landfills and waste incineration plants, concerned about adverse environmental and health impacts. The reaction of the authorities to the protests has been harsh. Over the last 2 years, hundreds of protesters have been intimidated, beaten, arrested, fined, or sentenced to administrative detentions. Until recently, they were mostly charged with taking part in illegal protest or disobeying a lawful order from a police officer. But since April, since the pandemic, we have seen an increasing number of reports about detention of environmental activists on charges of violating COVID-19 quarantine measures. So here is the pandemic used as an excuse to arrest protesters. And then other examples include thermal power plants in Ukraine being operated 2 blocks with no electrofilters, explicitly flouting the conclusion of its environmental impact assessment. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Srijebeteviu, excuse me for my pronunciation, company started the construction of hydropower plant without having any permits. In Moldova, illegal logging became rampant during the state of emergency declared by the parliament, worsening the situation in a country with an already low forest coverage. So these are just a few examples, but there are others that are included in reports that we have published on our website by other organizations if you want to see them. So I'm sure that in other days of the forum, you have discussed the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights extensively. So let me just say a few words about the current European Union efforts towards adoption of a mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence legislation. Up to now, the EU has primarily relied on voluntary initiative and mandatory transparency rules, such as the Non-Financial Reporting Directive in the EU and the Modern Slavery Act in the UK. The one exception is the Law of Vigilance in France, which did impose mandatory due diligence to large French companies about 2 years ago. But the evidence that we and some allies have accumulated points to the impact of voluntary and transparency initiative on corporate behavior being small. It is for this reason that there is now a growing movement in the EU to introduce human rights and environmental due diligence law. Earlier this year, in April, the European Commissioner for Justice, Didier Reynders, announced to the European Parliament Responsible Business Conduct Working Group that he will introduce EU rules on corporate accountability and corporate due diligence in the second quarter of 2021. In response to this announcement, MEPs are developing an European Parliament position on what an EU law on corporate due diligence could look like. This work will take place within the European Parliament Legal Affairs Committee and will be led by MEP Lara Wolters. The goal of this work is to influence the final Commission legislative proposal and ensure that the Commission follows through on their commitment to present an ambitious framework for this law. Now, the Commission is currently conducting a public online consultation, and everybody from everywhere is welcome to participate and submit inputs on this consultation. The deadline is the 8th of February of 2021, so I encourage all of you to participate in this consultation of what this law at the EU level could look like, because this will have repercussions, of course, for Eastern Europe and Central Asia. George, you please let me know when my time is done, but I wanted to add a few words about what this could imply, this legislation. So at the moment, there is this legislative gap between governments and citizens that have no legal means to hold corporations accountable for their human rights and environmental abuses. So crucially, this EU legislation on environmental and human rights due diligence will have a dimension of liability. Given that the EU is the world's largest trading bloc, the EU wants to lead the global debate on corporate accountability. And this new law will shape not only corporate behavior within the EU, but also globally. So actually, this is an opportunity, and it could help position European companies at the forefront of the movement towards more responsible business conduct around the world. And the companies based in the EU will have an advantage, not only in accessing new markets, but also new sources of funding, given the rise of ESG investments around the world. So pressures for adequate regulation to direct markets away from the primacy of short-term return to shareholders is growing everywhere. And there is plenty of evidence that more and more investors are concerned about unsustainable inequality and climate breakdown. We have in our website also, yes, I'm just wrapping up by saying that we have some statements on our website with investors and companies actually publicly supporting mandatory environmental and human rights due diligence. So I welcome you to check those statements and then partner with those companies and with those governments to advance this push at the EU level. Thank you very much.
Great, Mauricio, thank you so much. Really interesting points you make there regarding the trends since COVID has come about, and perhaps some of the trends that are not really supporting some of these human rights issues that we'd like to see included much more effectively. Hopefully, the investment and the sustainability reporting can be tightened up a little bit going forward. Okay, I'd now like to introduce Jovan. Jovan, it's great to see you again. We've worked together in the past and we've often discussed issues around green jobs and green employment, but we'd like to hear your views on COVID-19 and employment and jumpstarting the green recovery. We'd be very delighted to hear your views. So the floor is yours. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, George. It's a pleasure to see you again. Well, whether we're going to be able to jumpstart, I'm not so sure, but at least my ambition is to give you a bit of an overview of to what extent the COVID-19 has impacted the labor market, what are some policy responses, and where do we possibly see some relatively low-hanging fruit in terms of this response and the eventual jumpstart. So first of all, this might have been told at the earlier stage of the panel. I haven't followed the whole of it, I must admit. There has been a tremendous impact of the COVID-19 onto jobs globally. And the ILO's most recent estimate that I've got says that around 17.3% of all working hours globally have been lost due to the pandemic, which if you calculate it in terms of full-time job equivalents, translates into around nearly 500 million full-time job equivalents, which is huge. We did expect that this would decline to around 8.6% loss, or around 250 million full-time job equivalents in the last quarter of this year, because this first data that I just mentioned refers to the second quarter of the year. But now with the pandemic, revamping again, and we're all seeing this second and third wave of it, we're not sure whether this decline will really take place. Thus far, in the first 3 quarters of this year, we have seen a decline of the labor income globally by nearly 11%, which translates again into $3.5 trillion, or nearly 5.5% of the global GDP, So this impact is huge, but I would like to mention that it could have been even bigger had there been no fiscal stimulus from various states. This could have gone up even to 28% of the global loss of working hours, but luckily we have seen some fiscal support of the states. Nevertheless, there's a huge gap still remaining, and the ILO estimates are that nearly 982 billion US dollars in fiscal stimulus is a gap that we witness among the low-income countries and the lower middle income countries. Now, the good side of the pandemic, in a way, has been that it has really unraveled this immediate link between the state of environment and the public health, and it has, made the people think of something that needs to be done about health, which again has triggered this huge demand all of a sudden for green projects. And I've never seen so far, I must admit, this such a big gap between the demand and the supply from the policymakers when it comes to green projects. On the side of more developed economies, we are seeing various calls for projects that would tackle this gap. They range from calls for substantial investments in renewables, introduction of carbon taxes, then favoring investments in electric or hydrogen technologies, bolstering air pollution regulations, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, in our region, which is anywhere from Central and Eastern Europe to Central Asia, we are still seeing a lot of room for improvement, which in a way is both the bad and the good news. The good news because it allows us to fairly easily reach out to some projects that could make substantial improvements. Now, to illustrate that, I'm just going to refer to Serbia, where I'm based, which is a relatively small country in terms of this broader region, with only 7 million people. Now, the country of this size generates around 12 million tons of waste every year, and only 5% of that waste ends up in the landfills, in sanitary landfills or in recycling, which means that there's huge room for improvement. And I was happy to hear in a way what Maurizio mentioned, that there has been already an uproar in some countries like Russia about improper ways of dealing with waste. Well, this is not only an environmental question, it's a question of a huge amount of resources laying around and rotting literally, contributing in a way to the CO2 emissions rather than being properly used for the creation of green and decent jobs. So it really represents one of the relatively low-hanging fruit, because in countries like Serbia, we have no more than 10 sanitary landfills and very small, very limited capacities for recycling. Whereas on the other hand, you have more than 100 non-sanitary landfills and God knows how many dump sites where the bulk of our waste still ends up. I'm pretty sure it's not that different in many other countries that we are referring to in our region. So it represents a relatively low-hanging fruit for the policymakers if there's a political will to reach out, make some concrete changes, and create green jobs instead of discriminatory and low-paid and gray labor kind of economy that we are seeing these days. Relatively, the same thing goes when it comes to the energy sector, where again, we are dumping literally 70% of all of the coal-generated heat. Believe it or not, our major source of electricity production is a thermal plant not so far away from Belgrade, which is burning coal. It's one of the two or three largest polluters in the Balkans. And at the same time, it's heating up the huge river Sava passing right next to it by 2 degrees, rather than using all this energy for the heating of homes and businesses all over Serbia. So there's ample room for improvement. And I do believe that this is feasible, because all this energy system of the country was built many years ago, but it was built over a period of a relatively short time, which is around 10 years. So if it took 10 years to build it, I'm sure that it could take equally as long to revamp it, restructure it, and switch it over onto renewables. Now, before we go into the ways of how to respond to this gap between the supply and demand side on green projects, I would like to emphasize that first of all, if it's going to be job rich, we are missing a definitions or national definitions of green jobs in many of these countries. I'm sure that many of you know that there's a pretty good definition of green jobs created by UNEP, ILO, and ITUC and IOE a long time ago, many years ago. But many of these countries that do say that they would like to create more green jobs actually miss national definitions of what the green jobs are all about. And my experience has shown that they're mostly missing out on this labor rights side of green jobs, meaning that green jobs, in order to be green, have to be decent as well, which means that the workers working on them have to have proper social insurance and decent occupational safety and health.
1 minute, Jovan.
I'm coming to an end in a minute. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is because I've seen in the past that a number of projects that some even international donors were involved into were creating some income here and there for the vulnerable groups, but they were missing out on this decent job component. And that's a message that I would like to throw in and discuss in the remainder of the panel of, focusing on the decency of green jobs and on the investments needed in areas like waste management, energy efficiency, and renewables. I think I've just exhausted my 7 minutes, George, so I revert it back to you.
Thanks, Jovan. Very interesting. And listening to you speak about the difference between the supply side of green projects and the demand side, and I think it ties very much with the need to use some of the stimulus funds to try to generate a green recovery more effectively. Whether that will eventuate or not, I think remains to be seen. But certainly then some of the green jobs issues that are increasingly important across the region, I think. Okay, thank you very much. And now we're going to move on to Sergey, who is going to discuss some of the issues around on key issues in the Caspian and Black Sea Basin and the roles of states and businesses in promoting environmentally just and sustainable communities. Sergey has informed me that he has difficulty with his bandwidth, so he won't put his camera on, and he will also be delivering his address in Russian. So if you turn your channels to the English interpretation, please. But Sergey, please, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Добрый день. Большое спасибо, что дали возможность пригласить и выступить. Я Сергей Соляник, консультант общественной организации Крут Accountability. Наша организация почти 20 лет работает по защите прав человека, окружающей среды в Каспийском регионе и на Черном море. Причем наша деятельность сосредоточена на нефтегазовых проектах и влиянии на население. Мы работаем как с самого высокого международного уровня, так до самого низового непосредственно с населением. И в своем выступлении я хотел бы продолжить тему, которую поднял Маурицио. Я считаю это очень важной, и акцентировать свое выступление на ситуации с правами человека в бывшем Советском Союзе в контексте бизнеса и права человека. Ситуация, конечно, сложная и варьируется от страны к стране, но одной из главных негативных тенденций последних лет стало запугивание и преследование экологических активистов. Репрессии в отношении защитников окружающей среды, которые играют исключительно важную роль в сфере бизнеса и прав человека, не только не прекращаются, но и нарастают. Я бы хотел на примере нашей деятельности наших партнеров в Туркменистане, Азербайджане, Казахстане и России, хоть форум не касается вопроса России, но это нашего партнера касается, коротко обрисовать ситуацию, какая сложилась, потому что она имеет непосредственное отношение к тому, что мы обсуждаем в сфере бизнеса и прав человека. Первое. Туркменистан является одной из самых закрытых и репрессивных стран мира. Сейчас трудно поверить, но еще в начале 2000-х годов туркменские экологические организации были среди наиболее активных в Центральной Азии. Но, к сожалению, гражданское общество практически полностью уничтожено в стране репрессивной политикой правительства Туркменистана после принятия в 2003 году закона об НПО, который был направлен на ликвидацию независимых общественных организаций. И хотя позже были внесены поправки в закон об НПО, приняты под давлением международной критики, однако это не улучшило ситуацию. И в последние годы мы отмечаем, усилилась тенденция по давлению на общественных активистов, которые занимаются вопросами охраны окружающей среды. И наши партнеры, с кем сотрудничает Kruta Accountability, фактически вынуждены работать в подполье. То есть если говорить о бизнесе и правах человека, то как такового независимого гражданского общества в Туркменистане нет. С кем там будет работать и бизнес, и международные организации. Азербайджан. Еще недавно руководство Азербайджана пыталось создать имидж стабильной демократической страны, привлекательной для иностранных инвестиций. Надо отметить, что Азербайджан был один из первых стран, который принял и поддержал инициативу прозрачности добывающих отраслей PITI. Однако в 2013 году руководство страны начало кампанию борьбы с критиками власти и независимым гражданским обществом. Летом 2014 года по стране прокатилась волна арестов по сфабрикованным обвинениям. В числе мишеней оказались в первую очередь общественные организации, которые добивались прозрачности государственных доходов в Азербайджане. Как вы понимаете, эта тема напрямую связана с бизнесом и правами человека. В результате на данный момент почти половина наиболее активных организаций, членов местной коалиции ITI, были вынуждены приостановить свою деятельность. Другие стали объектами клеветы и преследований. Среди пострадавших от действий властей наш партнер, доктор экономических наук Губат Ибаглу, директор Центра экономических исследований. В настоящий момент он вместе с семьей вынужден проживать за рубежом. А его дочь, которая до недавнего времени проживала в стране в феврале этого года, подверглась нападению, будучи наблюдателем на последних парламентских выборах в стране. То есть точечное давление на семью. Россия. История экологической вахты по Северному Кавказу, которая является многолетним партнером Kruta Accountability, является, наверное, наиболее яркой иллюстрацией того, в какой негативной и враждебной атмосфере приходится работать защитникам окружающей среды в России. Уже почти 25 лет вахта противостоит коррупции, разрушению, хищнической практике местных компаний и местных чиновников. Организации и ее члены нередко становились жертвами насилия, тюремных сроков, ложных обвинений, сфабрикованных административных правонарушений, клеветнических заявлений, а также запугиваний и угроз в прессе и в интернете. Буквально недавно, вот 10 дней назад, 18 ноября, в офисе вахты был проведен 7-й обыск за последние несколько лет, который был проведен как контртеррористическая операция. Если вы посмотрите в сети, там с участием автоматчиков, полиции, взламывание двери в 6 часов утра. Причем причины были абсолютно надуманные. При этом до сих пор не найдены участники жесткого нападения на членов вахты в декабре 2017 года, когда практически чуть не убили руководителя организации Андрея Рудомаху. Несмотря на собранные свидетельства, даже видео нападавших на членов вахты, следственные органы Российской Федерации до сих пор не нашли, кто напал на членов вахты и не расследовали это дело. Казахстан, где я сам живу и где непосредственно принимаю участие в деятельности организации. Здесь я коротко лишь только хотел сослаться на многолетнюю кампанию Kruta Accountability по защите прав жителей поселка Березовки и пострадавших от отравления их детей в 2014 году, которые были расположены вблизи крупнейшего нефтегазоконденсатного месторождения Карачаганак, который разрабатывает международный консорциум Карачаганак Petroleum Operating, куда входят известнейшие нефтегазовые компании Европы и США. На что я хотел обратить внимание, несмотря на то, что мы активно проводили кампанию и обращались в том числе по защите прав человека против нарушений со стороны бизнеса в международные организации, такие как КАО, Офис омбудсмена Международной финансовой корпорации, была отправлена жалоба в OECD. Было привлечено специальное внимание к спецдокладчику ООН по токсическим отходам. То есть, казалось бы, наша история была в центре международного внимания и наша деятельность. Тем не менее, это не избавило нас от незаконных задержаний, анонимной клеветы и уголовного дела против защитников прав детей поселка Березовки. Лично я в мае прошлого года был задержан с женой в рамках уголовного дела во время мониторинга в поселке Березовка. Причем задержание, хочу подчеркнуть, произошло с помощью работников КПО, среди которых известные европейские, американские нефтегазовые компании. Подробности наших кейсов и ситуаций в странах вы можете посмотреть в докладе «Опасная профессия». Я могу, в принципе, линк опубликовать в чате, кому интересно, на английском языке можете прочитать. Там не только моя история по взаимодействию с бизнесом и правами человека, но и ряда других активистов, которые столкнулись с прямым противодействием со стороны известных мировых компаний. Коротко резюмирую вот все эти случаи, на что я хотел обратить внимание, это может быть пригодится для последующего обсуждения. Чаще всего против экологов применяются такие меры. Первое, как репрессивное законодательство. Законодательство ухудшается в наших странах, особенно в отношении общественных активистов. Второе – это угрозы правовыми санкциями и судебными процессами. Лично я был участником уголовного дела, возбужденного против активистов. Третье – это подрыв репутации и черный пиар в средствах массовой информации. Также был я героем анонимного фильма. Причем факты, которые используются в этом фильме, были явно даны с помощью местных властей и той же компании Karachaganak Petroleum Operating. И физическое насилие. Пример вахты, нападения и вот эти обыски являются яркой иллюстрацией всего вышеперечисленного. Какие выводы и рекомендации вот в свете нашего обсуждения вот этого вопроса, который мы обсуждаем? Проблемы, которые Маурисио поднял, и вот проблемы с нового законодательства в Европе. Все это, конечно, хорошо, но, к сожалению, это пока не имеет такого, я бы сказал, позитивного, не отражается позитивным изменением в нашем регионе, в наших странах. Потому что компании в нашем регионе относятся к правам человека так, как к ним относятся власти. То есть на словах провозглашаются красивые лозунги, заявления. На деле же прямо или косвенно поддерживаются репрессии против защитников прав человека и природы. Что можно предложить делать в этих условиях? Я считаю, одно из самых главных, базируясь на опыте деятельности организаций наших партнеров в регионе. Это необходимо продолжать использовать существующие международные механизмы, чтобы называть компании и правительства виновные в нарушении прав человека и призывать их к ответу. Необходимо требовать от правительства стран региона выполнения национального законодательства и международных обязательств. В частности, выполнение статьи 3.8 Орхусской конвенции, стороной которой являются Азербайджан, Туркменистан и Республика Казахстан. От иностранных компаний то же самое. Выполнение, в первую очередь, национального законодательства, международных соглашений по правам человека, которые подписаны в странах, которые должны законом быть для них. И, в частности, компаниям необходимо иметь механизм по рассмотрению жалоб и разрешению конфликтов непосредственно на местах. К сожалению, многие даже известные компании, которые уже более 20 лет работают в регионе, до сих пор не имеют такого механизма. Поэтому две последних жалобы нашей организации против Корейской национальной нефтяной компании, Китайской национальной нефтяной компании касались именно жалоб со стороны местного населения в силу того, что этих компаний, несмотря на то, что они 20 лет уже работают в Республике Казахстан, до сих пор нет на месте механизма по рассмотрению жалоб, который бы должен давно уже присутствовать. Все, большое спасибо за внимание. Я с удовольствием отвечу на конкретные вопросы.
Sergey, thank you so much for giving this a human face from your own experiences, and certainly some of the norms and standards that exist in countries of the region, certainly by Western standards, have a long way to go. And I think your insights give a clear picture on that. So we come to our final panelist now. Peter, I'd like to introduce you, who will discuss a little bit. Peter's from the Electronics Watch, and we'll discuss a little bit the challenges and opportunities for human rights and environmental due diligence in supply chains of electronic production. Please, Peter, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, and thank you also for inviting Electronics Watch to this regional forum on business and human rights. This is really a great opportunity to talk a bit about the issues and how to tackle them. So just a brief description of what we do. We are an independent monitoring organization. We work with public procurement. So public buyers that actually do procure IT hardware. We currently have 330 members. So these are cities like, for example, the city of London or the city of Barcelona, or the Flemish government is a member of ours, or for example, the Catalan government. what we have up until now developed, and we are very happy about, is a very successful model to really engage with the supply chain and see sustainable improvements. And public procurement is actually a very, very, very important tool and important leverage to be used to really see improvements in supply chains with regards to human rights, with regards to workers' rights, with regards to environmental standards. And why is it necessary? Why do we actually focus on the ICT industry? So you might have heard about the general issues, and I would describe them shortly, but just right now, during the pandemic, we have seen two huge issues that are directly connected with labor right, with human rights issues, as well as with public procurement. During the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a huge rise in the requirements for personal protective equipment of nursing staff and of medical staff. And these are mostly gloves and gowns. And unfortunately, the biggest producer of gloves in the world is a company that has been, in the last years, accused of major human rights violations, especially connected to forced labor. So. And who is buying the PPE for nursing and medical staff? It's obviously public procurement. So there is a huge link here and a direct link. And then in the last weeks, the European Parliament has come under scrutiny for procuring cameras that are for fever detection. So basically a security measure due to COVID-19. And there is a direct link between the supplier company and the Xinjiang forced labor camps and internment camps. So there is also a huge issue here. The great thing about public procurement is that you actually can establish supply chain transparency, that you can push forward to this, so you can understand where your supply chains are actually touching down in the global economy, where they are at, and you can establish risk levels. And with this, you can really start working with your suppliers towards improving the situation. So the ICT industry is heavily affected with forced labor, various forms of modern slavery connected to debt bondage, connected to student labor. Very often and almost always when we find migrant labor, which is very pertinent in the industry, there is a huge risk of forced labor issues. And we have huge issues that are directly linked to environmental issues with occupational health and safety. So toxins are used to a degree, and style of toxins that is used is really bad and is obviously impacting both the worker bodies as well as the bodies of the adjacent communities through environmental impact. So there is a huge issue in the electronics industry. And then there is a question what to do about it. So how can public procurement actually do something about it? The European Union has done a really great step in 2014 by reviewing the Public Procurement Directive. And what is now possible since 2014 is to include social and environmental criteria in your public tenders. So you actually can say, I want to see the ILO criteria, core labor criteria to be followed when you produce the things that I buy. You can actually say that. So that's a first step. That's a very important step. And now the really important is obviously for public buyers to use this possibility. However, the question is then what to do about it. So you put your criteria into your tenders, you have a successful bidder, you sign the contract, and then what? How do you actually know whether these things are, these standards are being followed? So you have a monitoring gap. You need to really understand. There is an obvious easy solution to believe the industry, to see they are certified, they have used social auditing schemes, all industry-led schemes, and just take this for face value and say, okay, everything is right. there is unfortunately a growing understanding of the fact that social audits and every industry-led scheme of CSR, of sustainability, is unfortunately not having the effects that we would like to see. So meaningful improvements, giving workers a voice and affected communities a voice, and also seeing sustainable improvements. So what can you do? You can go to the civil society and work with independent monitoring that will actually tell you about what is happening on the ground in the factories and in the mines that actually are in your supply chain. But then what? So that's kind of the second, if you took the second step, that's really great already. And then you're kind of the avant-garde already. But then you know there are risks, you know there are issues. So then you have to really develop a engagement process to really work with your supply chain that to see improvements. This is the great part about public procurement. Public procurement has very long contracts. So contracts between 2 and 7 years of duration. And in this time, you actually can work with your supply chain to see improvements, to not kind of think that you can buy a product that is already great, but to have this understanding, we have to work towards improving things. This takes a long time. This takes expertise. So organizations like Electronics Watch are here to help, are here to support. Our goal is to really see measurable improvements for workers in these supply chains. If you go to our website, electronicswatch.org, you can actually download public reports on how we already have had the impact, what we can report on, how we were able to improve the living situation, the working situation of workers in countries like China, in countries like Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, but also in countries like Poland and the Czech Republic, where also a lot of electronics manufacturing is happening. And if you go also to our website, we are having next week a really great and thank you for the slide. It was really perfectly on time. A really great conference on the issues of how to protect workers and how to promote resilient supply chains during COVID-19. It will be 4 days of, we will have 8 panels in all with a focus on occupational health and safety. We will talk about electronics, obviously the most, but we will look also into mining, we will look into garment and textiles, and we will look into sustainable finance. So this will be quite interesting. And with this, I would like to invite you for questions. Thank you.
Peter, thank you so much for that. And, you know, I've often thought that procurement is really, you know, the issue. You were ahead of time. So how was that? That procurement is really, I think, a fundamental area where we need to get some standards in place, but yet we see so many countries lagging and using a lack of a common playing field as an advantage not to do that. And some years ago, I did some work in Africa on the coltan mines, which, you know, seeing how that ends up in the supply chain was very interesting. But maybe we'll come back to that in a moment. So thank you very much to all the panelists for their insights, points of view. Quite a broad cross-section of discussion on different issues. I mean, there's a lot, I think, to this panel and these issues that each of the speakers have introduced. I don't know if we've got any questions as yet, so I might actually go back through the panel again and perhaps ask the panelists for a quick 1-minute commentary on what they've heard across this and how they feel it affects their area of work, and anything specifically that they'd like to raise. And Maurizio, perhaps I could turn to you, and you know, from your perspective, being involved in the Business and Human Rights Resource Centre, you probably have visibility to many of these issues that have been discussed by the panelists. So I'd be keen to kind of get your views on very quickly on how you see trying to address some of these particular issues in countries of of Europe and Central Asia, given that they are very close to the periphery of Europe, and Europe wants to kind of do business in a lot of these countries. And so what do you see as some of the key drivers to improving the situation from what we've heard? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And Eastern European and Central Asian countries are intricately linked with supply chains and trade and operations with Europe, of course. So I think one area of that gives reason to be optimistic and where we can point to some progress is on NAPs, on National Action Plans on Business and Human Rights. So for example, in Georgia, there is the development of an alternative dispute resolution mechanism, including mediation, outlining the business and human rights chapter of the National Human Rights Action Plan for 2018 to 2020. And that's a place to look at. In Lithuania, they are now developing its second National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and this one includes actually a multi-stakeholder mechanism and stakeholder consultation, which was lacking in the first one. In Ukraine, also there is a chapter on business and human rights included in the National Strategy on Human Rights Plan. And there is an interest by the Ombudsman Secretariat to move towards that. And in Azerbaijan and Latvia, there are also efforts starting on developing national action plans. There is more information on that on our website. So that is maybe a way where civil society can engage with their respective governments to advance some of these issues and entrench in law some of the safeguards and mechanisms that are necessary to prevent things like the ones that Sergey was talking about and my other co-panelists were mentioning in terms of labor rights, in terms of environmental rights, and in terms of natural resources and human rights defenders.
Thank you. Jovan, the issue of workers' rights, but in the context of your green recovery and your issues around your energy waste and some of the issues that we've heard, particularly from Sergey in some of these countries. We have labour markets that are kind of dominated by dual kind of informality and formality. How do you kind of see the road to kind of becoming more effective in formalizing labour markets around green recovery issues and addressing some of these fundamental challenges around workers' rights in these sectors as they evolve?
Well, as I said, we've seen in the past, unfortunately, some bad examples where all that mattered was that we create some sort of income from these people that are marginalized and who actually end up in severe exploitation, especially in the areas like waste management. So one of the ways is that we insist, and we as the UN and even a broader community of international partners should really jointly address the governments that in these countries like in Central and Eastern Europe, that we should no longer be satisfied with projects that only marginally and temporarily extract some groups of people out of poverty, because the safest way for them to be permanently extracted out of poverty and for their human rights to be realized in a way is to provide them with decent jobs. So we should really first of all, adopt, as I already mentioned, some kind of a common definition of what green jobs are in the first place. And then it says that all the criteria, when developing new projects, that all the criteria aspiring to green jobs are fulfilled, rather than turning our heads away from this. And I would say, referring to what Maurizio said earlier on, that the EU Green Deal and this new legislation he talked about is a huge impetus for these countries, because some of them, like Serbia, have nearly 3/4 of their trade with the EU. So if there's, it's a huge leverage. If you tell them that, they will no longer be able to do trade with such a huge trading bloc as the EU, to which they, by the way, aspire as candidate countries, unless they would stick to some, environmental rules and some, human rights related issues. So without substantive changes in these low-hanging fruit like energy, waste above all, and some other areas where we could see lots of green jobs, in a relatively short period of time, I don't think that, you know, going back to the business as usual will be possible. And that's the good news.
Yeah, great. Thanks for that. Okay, Sergey, I hope you've been managing to follow this discussion, because I think, you know, the civil society kind of is really at the front line of some of these issues as well. I mean, without a strong functioning civil society, we remain perhaps a little bit, you know, at the whim of government policies, which is something you highlighted in your discussion. How can we bring community organizations into this discussion around green recovery and improving the human rights issues in some of the countries that you see? I'd be keen to get your opinion on this. Thank you.
Большое спасибо за вопрос. Я как раз отвечу примером из нашей деятельности. Буквально недавно мы опубликовали отчет совместно с экспертами в Центральной Азии «Экологические аспекты проектов пояса и пути». Ну, известный знаменитый китайский проект и то, как он реализуется именно экологически. И почему я в своих рекомендациях сослался именно на Орхусскую конвенцию. Одна из первых статей Орхусской конвенции касается доступа к экологической информации. Если вы хотите продвигать зеленую повестку, ряд проектов, который предлагает Китай для реализации в регионе, имеет зеленую составляющую, ветровые, солнечные электростанции. Нужно слышать общество, нужно вести диалог с обществом. А чтобы это делать, у общества должен быть доступ к экологической информации по данным и проектам. С этим огромная проблема в регионе с китайскими проектами, с доступом. Это как вина самих правительств, которые, в общем-то, втайне от общества осуществляют реализацию этих проектов, так я бы сказал самой китайской стороны. Прекрасным примером является программа 55 проектов Республики Казахстан между правительством Республики Казахстан и Китайской Народной Республикой. Долгое время общественность не могла получить информацию о деталях этих проектов. В стране в прошлом году прошли протесты. Только после протестов был опубликован список этих проектов. И мы вдруг обнаружили, что, оказывается, не так все плохо. Там электрические станции, солнечные и ветровые делают. Почему заранее было бы не привлечь общественность, экспертов, тех же парламентариев к обсуждению этой программы, к выработке зеленых критериев, потому что мы за зеленые проекты, мы за зеленое будущее, и общество должно принимать участие, особенно когда, допустим, правительство берет займы со стороны Китая или реализуется. Мы же потом в последующем будем возвращать эти деньги. Поэтому мы за вложение денег в жизнеспособные, в зеленые проекты. Поэтому общество должно принимать непосредственное прямое участие. И обратно же, возвращаясь к своему выступлению, первое, что нужно и самим компаниям, и государственным органам вести диалог с общественностью, давать информацию, привлекать общественность в процессе принятия решений, и чтобы у общественности, если возникают проблемы, именно на местах были механизмы по разрешению конфликтов. Я не зря сослался на опыт китайской нефтяной компании, корейской нефтяной компании, несмотря на их многолетнюю деятельность в Республике Казахстан и обязательства по защите прав человека на международном уровне. У них до сих пор нет механизма по рассмотрению жалоб на низовом уровне. То есть диалог. Давайте начнем с диалога, и тогда не нужно будет обращаться потом, может быть, в международные организации, трясти, писать жалобы и все прочее, если мы сможем решить проблемы на местах. Спасибо.
Thank you, Sergey. And Peter, finally to you, the issue of procurement is really, and value chains and supply chains across countries and across the world is really a fundamental issue. I think, you know, as I was saying, you know, the difference of standards and the way that standards are applied. I mean, how much do you think we can actually, you know, apply a kind of common set of human rights values into supply chains through procurement processes? What's the bottom line from your perspective?
I think it's very much doable, and it is already being done. So it is there. I think and this is something where maybe the public buyers are just very pragmatic and practical. They can only ask for so much. So you can't just write everything into your tender, because then the market will just not respond. But you can be, and this is kind of the change in procurement, you can be very dialogue oriented, and you can talk to the market as to where you would like to be with them in the coming, say, 5 to 10 years. So having kind of development goals and saying, look, we understand that you might not be able now to deliver on these goals, but I want to see this to be delivered in 5 years. So we have 5 years from now, you have to be able to do that. And this gives kind of the innovation incentive for the industry to really work towards it. What I would like to kind of say one thing that Sergey just mentioned. So public procurement has the great point of really talking to business, not kind of these very lofty legal discussions on national level, but really going down in the trenches with business. How do you actually implement the specific regulations? And very often what business is not doing is talking to the affected. So talking to civil society, talking to communities, talking to workers. So there is no grievance mechanism. And this is actually something where public procurement can help. So it's kind of, it is a wedge you can really, and a leverage you can really use to say, look, guys, we have no idea about what is happening on the ground because we are sitting, say, in Berlin, in Germany. But we want you as our suppliers to talk to this civil society group because they represent workers or they represent communities that are being affected. And this is something you can actually push them towards. So you can kind of create the incentive, or an incentive is always so positive. You can basically push them towards talking, speaking, having a dialogue with the people that are affected on the ground. And this takes long. This is not a one-off thing. This is a learning process, but this is possible. And this is, I think, the only way how actually sustainable change can happen, not through kind of certifying things or thinking that social audits will change, but really establishing social dialogue on the ground.
Yeah, very, very valid. And getting to trusted partners and trusted discussions, I think, is underrated in this world where technology and certification schemes tend to dominate our thinking. Okay, we've got about 5 minutes left. I think I'm going to just throw it open. I haven't seen any questions yet. So I'm going to just give an opportunity for someone to ask a question if there's anybody who wants to be brave enough to ask a question from the panel. I mean, the topic is so broad, so please, anybody, I'll give you a brief chance if anyone wants to raise a hand or jump in. It seems that everyone's perhaps a little bit zoomed out, maybe. But anyway, okay. If there's no questions and there's nothing in the chat box either, so so I think we'll probably draw it to a close. I think for me it's been a really interesting discussion, and I want to thank all the panelists for giving their own and different insights on the various topics that they've covered. I think it's a diverse range of issues that need to come together somehow in countries of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And I think that there's many angles that could be worked on, right from the grassroots level through to the policy, regulatory framework, financing issues that were discussed as well. So I think that certainly there's a lot of demand out there, and we see in international investment that there is much room for the idea for green recovery and green investments to go ahead, but they have to be done with the human rights lens as well. I think in many countries of this region, they are very much still relying on public financing, and this is the general approach that we see occurring. And there's a high reliance on natural resources to fuel economic growth, but the transformation needs to go ahead, and obviously there's space to do that in the years ahead. So with that, I'd just like to thank each of the panelists, Maurizio, Jovan, Sergey and Peter for taking part today. And I'd like to thank the organisers and the participants. And with that, wishing you all the best for the rest of the day and a successful wrap up to the meeting. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much. We'll hand it back to Kavya, I think. Yeah.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, George, and the panel. This
Yeah.
concludes the session, The Business and Human Rights Dimension of Green Recovery. We will take a short break and be back at 11:45 a.m. Central European Time. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hello. I just don't know if I should check my sound. So sorry.
Hello, speakers. Thank you for joining us. We're currently in a brief intermission. We will resume shortly. Thank you. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the third and final day of the first Regional Forum on Business and Human Rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the Q&A function. We will be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is the globe icon, and select Russian. To listen to today's session in English, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, again, the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to Anura Bekanova, Human Rights and Rule of Law expert at the UNDP Istanbul Regional Hub. Anura, the floor is now yours.
You need to unmute yourself, Ainura.
Mic into Russian.
Anura, we are unable to hear you. Could I request you to please check your mic connection before resuming? Anura, repeating that we are unable to hear you at the moment. Requesting you to please check your microphone connection before resuming. Thank you. Apologies, everybody, for the technical error. We will resume shortly. Ainura, some audio is coming through requesting you to please resume. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm very sorry, it seems like we had some technical glitch, so I was speaking muted. Now let me start again to welcome you to this closing plenary, which is called Towards the Next Decade of Implementation of UN Guiding Principles, taking stock of the first 10 years and priorities for the next 10. We will focus this session on the discussion of next steps towards accelerated implementation of guiding principles in the region of Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Together with the speakers who are representing very important actors in the area of business and human rights in the region, we will reflect on promising practices that we are seeing in the region, but also on the issues, systemic challenges, gaps, and obstacles in implementation of the UN guiding principles. Most importantly, we will also contemplate on the priorities that we are seeing and feasible actions that we can take in order to progress towards implementation of the guiding principles. So we have a panel of excellent speakers who will help us bring together dots of this very complex puzzle. And let me quickly introduce all of them. We have together with us today Dante Pesce, who is Vice Chair of UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. We have also Javier Martin Serashin, a Policy Officer on Human Rights from European External Action Service. We also have Nina Panikova, a Human Rights Officer from European Network of National Human Rights Institutions. We also have Vasil Andreev, President of Construction Workers Union of Ukraine. And we have our long-standing partner, Richard Komenda, Regional Representative of Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights from Central Asia. We also have very good partners from Global Compact of Georgia, Salome Zurabishvili and Ms. Marina Vashukova, who is also representing Global Compact Russia. So let me now proceed to our first presentation, and I'm happy to give the floor to Dante Pesce so that he can provide us a snapshot about the global approach and views of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights on how the implementation of the guiding principles should take place in the next decade. Over to you, Dante.
Thank you, Ainura, and everyone from participating in this final session on the first Regional Forum on Business and Human Rights. It's an honor for me to participate today. Greetings from Santiago, Chile, where I'm from and where I live. I'm the member of the Working Group on Business and Human Rights from this part of the world, Latin America and the Caribbean. The 16th of June 2021, next year, will mark the 10th anniversary of the Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Their unanimous endorsement by the UN was a landmark moment for business respect for human rights, but also for better business. The upcoming milestone presents an opportunity to reflect on progress and challenges to date, and more importantly, to plan and create a renewed push for scaled up global implementation going forward. This is why in July of this year, we launched UNGP's 10+ Next Decade BHR, Business and Human Rights, a major project in collaboration with the Office of the High Commissioner and UNDP, and supported by Germany, Switzerland, and other partners. It will result in two main outputs. First, a stock-taking report will be presented to the Human Rights Council in June 2021 by me representing the working group, assessing achievements and failures to date, as well as obstacles and opportunities for leveraging faster and wider change in the coming years. This will be the groundwork for the second part, where we will develop with all of you in support of a roadmap for the next decade that will provide strategic direction to all stakeholders. The roadmap will be launched on the 16th of June. The UNGP's 10+ project is well underway in gathering global inputs from a wide range of stakeholders to inform these two deliverables. This regional forum has been an important input. What is emerging so far? These conversations are making the big picture clearer. On the positive side, the guiding principles provide a globally agreed upon standard and baseline for what governments and business need to do to embed respect for human rights in business context, something which did not exist before 2011. One of the most striking examples is the key guiding principles concept of corporate human rights due diligence, with prevention at its heart, as flagged several times. But the governance gaps that created the need to develop business and human rights still allows too many instances of business-related abuses across all sectors and regions. My colleague and UN Working Group Chair, Anita Ramasastry, highlighted this at the opening plenary. The many examples range from widespread forced labor across global supply chains to violent attacks and legal harassment against human rights defenders, including union representatives, to deaths of workers who were not provided with proper equipment during the COVID-19 pandemic. Likewise, prevention remains inconsistent. Relatively few governments are taking action beyond cosmetic endorsement of the guiding principles. Access to remedy for business-related harms is still a major and urgent challenge for achieving meaningful progress. This reflects a problem of speed and scale. A key finding coming out of the UNGP 10+ to date is that the business and human rights movement has not succeeded in addressing the massive capacity building needed in many regions. It is not a new observation. This challenge was pointed out as a strategic issue by the author of the guiding principles, Professor John Ruggie, in 2011, recommendations on how to move forward at the time. At the global governance level, there is both convergence and remaining gaps. Key standards for responsible business, notably ILO and OECD frameworks, are closely aligned with the guiding principles. We share a common entry point in due diligence. This is very welcome, and we will continue to work closely with these global institutions to promote and better implement the guiding principles. However, the hard reality is also that policy coherence in all levels is still a formidable challenge. Key drivers of change that the working group have already identified as integral to advancing business and human rights in the next decade are among the following. Our future is one of mandatory measures. We now have a strong evidence base that voluntary measures aren't getting us where we need to be. The mandatory dimension of the smart mix prescribed by the guiding principles government action is gaining momentum, as demonstrated by the recent wave of mandatory human rights due diligence initiatives, and is in this context that we have welcomed the legislative proposal of the EU and offered our recommendations. The future is financial, so we seek to shine a brighter light on the role, responsibility, and leverage of the financial system, particularly development finance institutions and institutional investors, in ensuring respect for human rights. Policy coherence in Pillar 2, related to business practices, is a key issue. In recognition of the catalyst role that business organizations can play, mainstream business organizations like the International Organization of Employers or the International Chamber of Commerce are engaging actively with our working group. Also, national and sector-specific ones are doing the same thing, and the UN Global Compact. We need an integrated approach across agendas. For example, the connection between the climate and human rights agendas were high on the forum last week in Geneva. Also, the need to connect the business and human rights and peace and security agendas, as well as anti-corruption and human rights. The future is data-driven. We need better data and more systematic gathering of information, lessons learned, evidence. Of course, we will also keep on reinforcing the call for putting people and planet at the center of COVID-19 responses. In all contexts, two critical elements need to be present for developing effective legal and policy paths forward. Multi-stakeholder dialogue that includes both business associations and civil society organizations, and importantly, affected stakeholders' voices, including unions, human rights defenders, and those most at risk. And there needs to be mechanisms for accountability and good governance. All of these themes and more have been instrumental inputs into our ongoing UNGP's 10+ project to take stock of the first 10 years of the guiding principles and develop an evidence-based roadmap for the next decade ahead and beyond. We would like to reiterate our call for your continued engagement with the project and invite you to submit your written inputs. Please visit the working group website and our project portal hosted by the Business and Human Rights Resource Center for more details. We will be launching the roadmap for the next decade on the 16th of June next year in Geneva, the official 10th anniversary of the Guiding Principles. Thank you very much, and the floor is back to you, Ainhoa.
Thank you very much, Dante. Today we already discussed with the Business Resource Center on Human Rights that actually they are collating very good inputs for feeding this new roadmap, and we will share now also the link to the website where these inputs are being collected, and I think it's a very important endeavor and task. Let me now go to our next speaker, Javier Martin, because we would like really to hear your perspective on EU's role in area of business and human rights. We know that European Union is playing an important role in promoting the progressive practices so far. And one of them is, of course, the adoption of the EU Action Plan for Democracy and Human Rights, which was launched this year, and the directive that is upcoming on human rights and environmental due diligence next year. So what is your perspective when it comes to EU's vision to this region in advancing further the implementation of the guiding principles? Over to you, Javier.
Yes. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity, both to UNDP and the UN Working Group to invite the EU so we can present our views on the way forward for the UNDP implementation. I have to start saying that this is actually a very timely moment for presenting the EU view, because as you just said, the EU Action Plan on Human Rights and Democracy was presented just last week, was adopted by the Council and formally adopted. So it will be the instrument that will guide our action in human rights for the next 4 years in the EU, including on business and human rights. So the action plan includes a dedicated section on business that I will use also to explain what are the actions that we envisage. And as a general comment, the overall objective of the business section in the action plan is to strengthen the EU's global leadership on business and human rights. The key elements for this will be to strengthen engagement with both with member states in the EU, but also with partner countries, and of course with other relevant organizations. And it's also timely, this discussion or this presentation, because we are finalizing the contribution, the EU's contribution to the project of the 10th anniversary. We had engaged with Dante and the colleagues in the work, analyzing the contribution that we will submit in the coming days. And this has been also instrumental for the services in the European Commission and the External Action Service to have this reflection on how to take forward this agenda. So if you allow me, I would like to start very briefly to explaining how I see the progress that we have achieved so far. So I think we can say that since the adoption of the guiding principles, there have been the global efforts to promote the business and human rights agenda or responsible business conduct have been important, coming from state, civil society, but also from businesses in some cases. And in particular, in this regard, I think the two key instruments, some of those instruments have been the national action plans and also some due diligence guidances that have been created by different partners and also implemented by some front-runner businesses. So the EU has been at the forefront of those efforts. Since 2015, 15 member states have developed national action plans on business and human rights, which makes us the leading region in the world. We have also developed a body of legislation and measures which include mandatory due diligence in certain sectors, such as timber or so-called conflict minerals. Also legislation on non-financial reporting for companies, and some provisions, legal provisions to ensure access to remedy for victims of corporate abuses. And now, as you also mentioned, we are working towards mandatory legislation on due diligence. So Commissioner Randers is very active on this initiative, which is already ongoing. The public consultation was launched recently in October, and it will be ongoing until February. So we expect this to be a key element in the way forward for the EU. Also, we have been active outside the EU, so we have been active supporting the development of national action plans, not only in EU member states, but also in third countries. In particular, we have supported several projects together with other organizations like UNDP or the Office of the High Commissioner, ILO, or OECD, to assist governments and business in third countries to promote responsible business conduct. And also the EU delegations are quite active in promoting this agenda, particularly by raising the awareness of governments and businesses. We have recently produced specific guidance for our delegations to better coordinate these actions. So now I turn to concrete actions that I see as relevant to step up efforts to implement the guiding principles, both within the EU and outside, including in the region, in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Some of them will build on Dante's proposals. So first, I think is key to increase ownership of the guiding principle by states. This is essential to raise awareness, because we have seen in some cases it's really lack of knowledge of this agenda, and that is the main obstacle. So in this regard, I think Eastern Europe and Central Asia are good examples of this, in which governments could have a scope to have a more leading role in promoting business and human rights. In January this year, the EU delegation in Ankara organized or hosted a national forum of business and human rights. It was the first event in the country of this nature, and it was quite successful. And a first step to promote the UN guiding principles in the country, and especially in some sensitive sectors, as they can be the garment, agriculture, tourism, or construction. The new action plan, the new EU action plan, includes a commitment to strengthen the EU engagement with partner countries, to promote global efforts to implement the guiding principles. So it will remain very high in the agenda, and also complemented with support for regional projects, and also to developing training material for that delegations can use in their efforts to promote the guiding principles. Then a second aspect I would mention would be the need to strengthen the engagement with businesses, and to promote a business case, a stronger business case for business and human rights. Front-runner businesses have already taken action, but I think it's important that this is mainstream among the business community, and in particular with SMEs. I think a solid business and human rights agenda should show to businesses and investors that they have an interest in promoting responsible business conduct, but not only to ensure legal certainty and a level playing field, but also based on a genuine commitment to promote respect for human rights. So in this regard, the EU action plan also commits the EU to further engage with business sector to promote the implementation of guiding principles and other relevant guidelines. A third aspect that was also mentioned by Dante is policy coherence. We think it's essential to have greater policy coherence between related agendas such as the fight against climate change or the agenda for sustainable development, but also, and very importantly, for instance, rule of law, anti-corruption, because enforcement is sometimes one of the key obstacles. So it's crucial that the governments have the capacity to enforce the principles and the legal requirements. In this regard, the new action plan has a strong and very clear commitment to work on a comprehensive EU framework on UNGP implementation to enhance coordination and coherence of EU actions. These actions, for instance, include the mandatory due diligence proposal, but also decent work agenda, the revision of the rules of non-financial reporting, policy developments in the trade sector, and also implementation of the strategy for victims' rights. Then I would add as a final element that I wanted to share, perhaps the necessity to provide a correct level of attention to all the dimensions of the guiding principles, because sometimes the attention has been uneven. So, for instance, in this regard, we in the EU consider crucial to ensure that the rights of civil society and human rights defenders working on business and human rights are duly protected. So this also the action plan has included actions in this regard to support the advocacy work and enabling spaces for business engagement with civil society and human rights defenders to promote.
1 more minute.
Yeah, I will finish in 1 minute. Thank you. To promote this engagement with businesses by civil society. And also another aspect I would mention would be the need to reinforce access to remedy, to ensure that effective remedy is provided. So in closing, I think the developments towards mandatory standards reflect a growing consensus among citizens, governments, and business community on the need for binding rules to ensure the effective implementation of the guiding principles. So we expect to be a key actor in this regard. And I would add that one of the lessons of the COVID pandemic is that the supply chains and businesses are more resilient when they act responsibly and respecting human rights. So I think the recovery offers a very good opportunity to build on all these aspects that I mentioned to scale up the implementation of the guiding principles. So this is what I wanted to share with you. I'm happy to contribute to the discussion later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Javier. This was very good overview and really strategic vision of EU towards promoting human rights and business in our region. And of course, this is extremely helpful for us in terms of also seeing how we can complement the efforts of the EU in this region as a development actor, and how we can, together with the EU, work so that we have, stronger commitment from governments, civil society, and businesses to promote guiding principles. So I think this is extremely helpful. Thank you so much for your time and attending. Let me move to the next speaker, and this is actually relates to Javier's point regarding the lack of access to remedy in many countries, including in the EU as well. So I think Nina from European Network of National Human Rights Institutions can actually give us a very good snapshot and overview what can be done better in order to improve access to remedy to issues, grievances related to violations, human rights violations by businesses. So over to you, Nina. Thank you.
Hello, good morning or good afternoon, depends where you are, to everybody. And thank you very much, Ainura, for giving me the floor. As Ainura nicely introduced me, I'm representing the European Network of National Human Rights Institutions. As some of you might know, some of you might not, we have over 40 different national human rights institutions throughout Europe, including those who actually come from the region that the forum is actually focusing on. They are state-mandated bodies, but they are independent from the government. And, you know, given that they have a very broad human rights mandate, this enables them to work across the UN guiding principles. So basically including their functions in all of the principles which have been, drafted by the UN. This, of course, means that they can actually promote the agenda of business and human rights at the national level. And similarly as my speakers before, I will try to structure the presentation just to give you some ideas where we are at, as NHRIs in Europe or in the region specific to this forum, and what are our proposals, for the ways forward. And these proposals will actually include, of course, those where NHRIs can be supported, but also I will just outline as well topics that NHRIs, Europe identified as the priorities to be working on. And before I start, I'm glad to see all the other speakers coming from the EU and also for the UN Business and Human Rights Working Group that our members actually are engaging with, either externally in the EU level or internally. So we have seen actually an increasing interest of NHRIs working on the issue, and this is not only happening in the region of, as some would say, east of Vienna, but also in the region that we speak about. We have heard already in the previous panels the Georgian public defender of rights, who was actually outlining how the NHRI played a very crucial role in actually setting up the baseline and the preparation for the National Action Plan in Georgia. This also goes with other NHRIs, as actually they are really working and engaging in the processes of actually drafting their national action plans as a part of the multi-stakeholder platforms, but also monitoring their implementation. And I will give you some examples afterwards. Another way how NHRIs actually are starting to contribute to the implementation of the UN guiding principles is they are developing the guidance, actually engaging with the businesses. So we have examples in the region from the Danish Institute, for example, Human Rights, who also spoke before, who is actually working very proactively with businesses and helping them to actually assess the human rights impact of their action. And they just published a guide on that. Another way how NHRIs actually, and this brings me what Ainura actually asked me to speak on, is NHRI's role in facilitating the access to remedies, which, as we know, is a part of the UN Guiding Principles third pillar. This is also an area where actually European NHRIs identify this is something that they really want to focus on and get strengthened in. There are already some examples, and given their mandates, they can actually offer access to remedy through existing investigative complaint handling or mediation, or actually put together a dispute resolution functions for victims of business and human rights related issues. They can advise the victims, to really be channel them to the grievance mechanisms, and they actually can share the practices among each other, but also with other professionals who are working in the issue. At the same time, as they are very much linked to the state, they can actually advise the state how to strengthen the judicial, but also non-judicial mechanisms in order to, bring the victims closer to justice, so-called. And also they can provide technical assistance, as they do, to businesses, industries, and multi-stakeholder platforms in order to a little bit make them understand the impact of their actions. I'm prepared two examples from the NHRI, actually the French National Consultative Commission on Human Rights, who actually have been involved very, very actively in drafting the action plan in France in 2015. And one of their key recommendations, which is actually the recommendation that we are trying to say also from ENRI perspective, is that these action plans should address across the UN guiding principles all the three pillars, and they really put a specific emphasis on the recommendations regarding the access to remedy. At the end, this was actually reflected in the action plan, and the CNCDH, the French National Consultative Commission on Human Rights, has actually a very clear role in monitoring the implementation of the action plan. Another example comes from the Netherlands, and the Dutch Institute for Human Rights, who actually is now picked up a specific issue, and that was the issue improving access to remedy for victims of sexual harassment. They actually offer an advice to draft the legislation because that's part of the mandate. They also address sexual harassment specifically with the companies, so they really try to develop codes of conduct. And at the same time, as NHRs are the links from the national to international, they engage with the international mechanisms and report also not only at the EU level but also in the framework of, if you know, Istanbul Convention. At the same time, the Dutch Institute is also engaging, was advising the National Action Plan on how to reflect better access to legal remedy in transnational business human rights cases. As you imagine, this might be really the case for the Netherlands with in respect to other countries. What are the ways forward based on what I just said, either in access to remedy or as well like what NHRs can play a role in the regard of really implementing better the UN guiding principles in the future. So we know that, and we heard, and I want to also recall that from Dante, that capacity is the key. And I want to reiterate that even though the work of the NHRIs on business and human rights issues has been increased, we also observe that the mandate of them and the roles that are given to them by the UN guiding principles can be really put in place better if their capacity is being strengthened. Of course, we are trying to do this through ENRI because we are actually trying to make the link and connect NHRIs and enable them, you know, for example, those in the region that we speak about, to speak with other parts of Europe and see what function and what work well. And I can tell you the very key advice for NHRIs is to really focus on the work and their role in national action plans. So they really want to be involved from the onset in the multi-stakeholder platforms, but at the same time also in the monitoring as they have the mandate. At the same time, NHRI should be also given sufficient or adequate resources to do so. We also actually in the area of remedy, we actually reiterate the NHRI should be able to reach to each other, you know, and support each other also within the framework of our network or other international mechanisms. And to just wrap it up, our focus of the ENRI work in business and human rights in Europe will be really, as we heard before, we really want to engage in the mandatory due diligence developments, either internally in the EU, so we are preparing the submission. At the same time, we will prepare the submission and the UN guiding principles roadmap that Dante was mentioning. And our actually focus is as well in the sustainable finance platform, which is within the framework of the EU, and the binding treaty of business and human rights, which we are now trying to build the capacity of NHRIs and to see how we can actually better to improve, to feed in the process. And just to wrap it up, all these need to be set in place, you know, in a conjunction with the economic and social rights importance and recovery measures after the COVID-19. So policy coherence, as the two speakers mentioned before, is also relevant. And I'm sorry that I went a little bit over time, but I'm looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much, Nina. This was a very interesting overview of what ENRI is planning. And I just can only commend the work of ENRI in the region. We are also seeing one of its members in the region that we cover, for example, NHRIs of Albania, Armenia, Ukraine, Georgia, already working on access to remedy on BHR. So I hope more NHRIs will start benefiting from the support and capacity building. Thank you so much. So let me now move to our next speaker, who is representing OHCHR in Central Asia. Richard, given your very long experience in the region and also very good understanding of BHR, could you tell us what do you see as opportunities and challenges in Central Asia in relation to implementation of the guiding principles? Over to you, Richard.
Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I think it's a very interesting discussion. You know, from our perspective, you know, like OHCHR has like a, I would say, dual role. We are supporting the working group as the Secretariat of Office of the High Commissioner. But at the same time, we are working in the field in the practical programs to advance, you know, in many areas. As Nina mentioned, we work with the national human rights institutions, but also, as Marina have a very good experience in Russia. You know, we work together on working with the network and also with the companies, like private companies. So from Office of the High Commissioner perspective, you know, like our messaging is basically very simple. You know, High Commissioner many times mentioned that human rights is actually good for business, and there are some, you know, practical examples where we could prove it. Then also, human rights are part of the narrative of the reforms in the Central Asia and, you know, Central Eastern Europe, and investment. If, you know, like when UN as in the one voice is telling, you know, talking, you governments, they desperately need investment, we tell them human rights are part of the rule of law narrative, and without the rule of law and the human rights, the investors far away or close may not come to your country and not invest. The way how to do it, I think the best approach is to peer-to-peer experience. And for example, like as I mentioned, we had a good programming both with the national human rights institutions and companies, some companies in Russia, surprisingly maybe for some people. For example, Sakhalin Energy, which is owned by Shell, Mitsubishi, and Gazprom, is actually Global Compact lead. You know, they are leaders, one of the 10 companies which are leading guiding principles. And I believe it's easier for, let's say, a company come to another company and say why they do it. Obviously, there was my colleagues mentioned, like Javier and others, they need to be, you know, policy coherence, they need to be participation of civil society, you know, governments and financial institutions. That was actually the case with Sakhalin Energy. They were not that eager initially to be a leader in human rights and business, but eventually when they need $2 billion from European Development Bank, and European Development Bank says, well, you need to improve your relationship with the indigenous population and the population of Sakhalin, then suddenly they realize that's the way, and they're actually doing very good job. They have a standards. They have a, you know, we were talking about the remedies. They have a policy, like a business policy on non-discrimination, including gender, you know, including with the suppliers and subcontractors, and so on. So you know, I quote from Sakhalin Energy, you know, policy: the company will not tolerate any form of discrimination. So I think that's the way. You know, it's obviously easier when you have a business with resources and then working on human rights issues. And of course, UN system is ready to work with other partners on those issues. You know, both with the companies, with the governments, and civil society. Obviously, also my colleagues mentions the IT companies. You know, like we have some good examples, but also we have recently, that's the COVID also related, like the many governments in the region are using IT technologies to surveillance, to stifle freedom of expression, freedom of association. And that's definitely a task for UN system, Office of the High Commissioner, to develop also some principles and guidance in this area. So I will say yes. There's also some possibilities in Central Asia, but the situation is complicated because of the economic crisis, then corruption, and the companies. There's not that much big, big strong companies which they may take on those principles. There's a lot of small companies which they not necessarily have capacity or interest in it. Then we have also some risk and threats, you know, because we have, let's say, companies which are maybe willing coming from the north or west, but we have companies coming from the east who will actively undermine human rights and guiding principles, not necessarily respecting those principles. So I say there's a variety of risks, but I think using some entry points like national human rights institutions, civil society, also working together, on the trade elements like European Union. For example, all 5 countries in Central Asia either aspire to join GSP plus, or they already have an agreement with European Union, and they are hypersensitive when it comes to issues of human rights. So in this context, in human rights dialogues, I think it's a very strong leverage, because on how to say it, it has a financial element and development of the country. So they are much more in the listening mode than with other elements. So on those points, I would like to conclude and say the Office of the High Commissioner is ready to work with the UNDP Regional Hub and other partners, other parts of UN to develop further and basically start, like Nina mentioned, to build capacity, on different levels, business, communities, governments, national human rights institutions. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you, Ryszard. This was a good overview of what's happening in Central Asia and what can be done. And just let me also reaffirm that indeed, together only together in partnership, we can really manage to overcome some of the obstacles that are there in implementing the human rights standards. So I look forward to work also on business and human rights with you, based on this platform that we also created in Central Asia for national human rights institutions. I think this is also one of the good entry points for that. Let me now move to our next speaker, who is coming from a very specific, concrete sector, construction industry, protecting the rights of construction workers in Ukraine. Vasil, over to you. Please tell us what is, in your view, is currently the biggest challenge, and what are the opportunities there to protect better the rights of construction workers in Ukraine?
Спасибо, Айнура. Большое спасибо организаторам за такую возможность выступить от лица представителей рабочих, организаторам конференции за поддержку в подготовке ее. А мы, профсоюзы, представители рабочих, приветствуем все возможные международные правовые механизмы с целью защиты прав человека, и возможность которых является восстановлением и укреплением трудовых прав. Сначала я сделаю несколько ремарок по поводу состояния с трудовыми правами в Украине в целом, а потом немножко о строительной отрасли и конкретных примерах, которые есть в нашей отрасли. Одной из основных опор для UNGP – обязанности государства защищать права человека. Тут государством обязанность обеспечивать законы, их исполнение в духе уважения к правам человека государство воспринимает довольно специфически. Уже больше года в нашей стране идет атака на трудовое законодательство с политикой, направленной на так называемую дерегуляцию трудовых отношений, что в украинских реалиях с ее слабой судебной защитой всех прав, правового нигилизма со стороны всех участников трудовых правоотношений, слабой культуры би- и трипартизма в регулировании экономических и социальных отношений, такая реформа трудовых прав ведет фактически к лишению трудовых прав и прав профсоюза. Политика государства на дерегуляцию трудовых отношений вызвала в конце прошлого года и начале этого года рост социального возмущения среди граждан Украины, которое резко усилилось во времена пандемии COVID-19. Мы, представители рабочих, искренне благодарны структурам Международной организации труда и ЕС, который в лице посла ЕС в Украине обращал неоднократно внимание государственных ветвей власти на необходимость соблюдения основополагающего принципа МОД, необходимости социального диалога и консультаций с социальными партнерами, профсоюзами работодателя в рамках любых трудовых реформ, не только такой всеобъемлющей, которую наше государство начало осенью 2019 года. Государство обязалось в соответствии с UNGP предпринимать достаточные действия, чтобы защищать от нарушений прав человека на предприятиях, где государство владеет значительной долей или контролирует предприятия. В Украине вопрос оплаты труда и задолженности по заработной плате является критическим. Уровень проблемы достиг 4 миллиарда гривен или 120 миллионов евро, которые не оплачены сотням тысячам работников, честно отработавшие, в том числе на государственных предприятиях, в значительной степени на государственных предприятиях. Профсоюзы со своими ограниченными возможностями судебных исков, публичных кампаний, обращения внимания на задолженность по заработной плате достаточно скромные возможности имеют и достигают незначительных результатов. Отсутствует механизм возмещения задолженности по заработной плате работодателей, которые прекратили экономическую деятельность, банкротами, как написано в соответствующих конвенциях Международной организации труда. Отсутствует механизм, который может работникам таких предприятий получить компенсацию за невыплаченную заработную плату, а судебные механизмы и слабое воплощение судебных решений в жизнь не позволяет возмещать долги по заработной плате, потому что рабочие стоят далеко в очереди не первыми после претензий, предъявляемых банками, бюджетами государственных органов разного уровня, налоговыми инспекциями. В нашей строительной отрасли много лет идет борьба за возмещение задолженности по заработной плате государственных предприятий, таких как, например, Кварсит, в свое время достаточно высокотехнологичное производство, остановленное с началом конфликта на востоке Украины, военного конфликта на востоке Украины. И отсутствие политического решения ведет к тому, что по состоянию на сегодня сотни работников имеют задолженность по заработной плате в течение 40 месяцев и более. И у нас нет фактически никаких возможностей продвинуть возмещение этой задолженности по заработной плате, потому что предприятие стратегическое и не может быть остановлено. У нас есть примеры и массовых забастовок по задолженности по заработной плате. Это все усиливается, и политическому решению государства с момента начала пандемии фактически лишить полномочия инспекции труда, что является, по нашему мнению, категорическим нарушением Конвенции 81 и 129 Международной организации труда, когда инспекции труда фактически отказываются помогать работникам, права которых нарушаются на рабочее место, право на своевременную оплату труда. И работникам остается обращаться только в полицию, что, естественно, не является особо эффективным способом защиты трудовых прав. Относительно второй опоры для UNGP, корпоративной ответственностью, уважать права человека, в нашей отрасли, мне, как руководителю отраслевого профсоюза, известен только один случай внедрения корпоративного совета по правам человека в рамках функционирования транснациональной цементной корпорации Heidelberg, которая уже, правда, ушла в прошлом году с нашего рынка. И тут, к сожалению, это позитивное изменение было разбавлено негативными последствиями отказа от национального законодательства и регулирования трудовых отношений через коллективные переговоры, когда коллективные переговоры замещались так называемым Советом по правам человека, и рабочим отказывалось иногда в ведении переговоров, основываясь на том, что есть соответствующая комиссия по правам человека. Третья основа UNGP – доступ к возмещению вреда. Я еще раз подчеркну, что вред, который рабочим наносится задолженностью по заработной плате вследствие несчастных случаев на производстве, достаточно тяжело компенсировать вследствие того, что судебная система и система возмещения после вынесения судебных решений очень плохо работает. Заканчивая, хочу сказать, что заранее Международная конфедерация профсоюзов предупреждала о том, что у нас достаточно критическое отношение к соблюдению UNGP, например, в Украине. Вместе с тем, еще раз подчеркну, представители рабочих всегда приветствуют наличие или внедрение новых систем международной правовой защиты, потому что международная правовая защита иногда в наших странах является единственным возможным способом защиты прав человека и трудовых прав. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Vasil. This was a very interesting example, actually, and a very specific case of how the vulnerabilities of workers can be really exacerbated during pandemic and because of the related economic recession, as you mentioned, and the ongoing conflict situation in Ukraine. So indeed, very, very interesting. And I hope we will be in touch more because I think it's a very good case study to take into consideration. Let me now move quickly because we are slightly over time to our next distinguished speaker, Salome from Georgia. She will tell us about the perspective of businesses in Georgia regarding the implementation of guiding principles. So what are your views, Salome? Over to you.
Good afternoon, dear Ainura. Thank you very much for the introduction. I was honored to participate in the opening as well as now in the closing plenaries of the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizers, United Nations Development Programme and the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights for organizing such a high-level, fruitful and engaging virtual conference. As a representative of the Global Compact Network Georgia, the local network for the United Nations Global Compact, the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, I will present the experience of working with business sector in Georgia. What are the challenges, opportunities, and necessities for promoting UNGPs and ensuring business respect for human rights in the country? I'm sure that number of issues I will be discussing today are common in the region, and the previous panelists have already mentioned this as well, but I will try to put it in the context. Let's start with the promising developments and practices. Global Compact Network Georgia, with the support from the Swedish government, carried out research in Georgia at the end of 2019 on the state of corporate responsibility in the country. The questionnaire was based on the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights and covered a range of issues, including human rights due diligence related questions. More than 1,000 companies were surveyed, and on the question, do you have policy to prevent human rights violations in your organization? 53% confirmed that their policy documents include human rights guarantees. 6% of the surveyed companies noted that their code of ethics includes clauses on human rights protection, and only 2% of the inquired companies in Georgia, which are more than 1,000, responded that they have a standalone human rights policy. On the question around monitoring mechanisms for human rights policy implementation, 32% answered that they study the threats of human rights violations and evaluate the impact of human rights before undertaking specific activities and the large-scale projects. 12% responded that before every project and also periodically, they study the threats of human rights violations and evaluate their impacts on human rights. Only 3% responded that they study the threats of human rights violations before launching of each project, evaluate their impact on human rights, and also publish a report containing analysis. Also, out of the surveyed companies, 29% responded that they require their contractors and partners as well to recognize and respect human rights standards. So they have the supplier code of conduct. There is still a long way to go, but we can see that companies are taking steps for integrating human rights standards in their policies and operations. On the policy level, with regard to the governmental policy in general, additional guarantees were inscribed in the Labor Code of Georgia recently. Also, regulation on non-financial reporting was adopted more than a year ago. We have new law on mediation, which was adopted in the beginning of 2020, and which also ensures alternative dispute resolution mechanisms for human rights violations in the country. The National Bank of Georgia is working on the new regulations regarding sustainable finance. It was mentioned by the previous speakers as well that it's important to promote sustainable finance in the country, which will promote social and environmental issues through financial institutions in Georgia specifically for now. So if we talk about remaining challenges in implementation of the UNGPs right now, I would say that is first and foremost, lack of knowledge on UNGPs and human rights due diligence mechanisms among companies and other stakeholders in the country. Therefore, there are few cases and good examples in the field. Previous panelists also mentioned that, and in the opening plenary, I think half of my speech was about the awareness, lack of awareness around this issue in the country among the major stakeholders. So those companies that integrate human rights standards in their policies and operations rarely demand from contractors to do the same. Even in cases where they communicate supplier code of conduct with contractors, they still do not have mechanisms in place to monitor implementation of the code. Another challenge that also exists in the country is lack of incentives from the government to promote implementation of the United Nations guiding principles in the country. Business and human rights chapter activities outline important steps to be taken by the government to promote business respect for human rights in the country, such as inclusion of social clauses in public procurement, promoting human rights due diligence with the state-owned enterprises, awareness raising on UNGPs among companies in Georgia, inclusion of sustainability and social clauses in the investment agreements. It was mentioned GSP Plus and other investment framework. So we also try to promote it in Georgia as well, inclusion of social clauses. However, we're still in the first stages of implementation of those activities. On the positive side, government of Georgia is working on the new human rights strategy for 2021 till 2030 and is considering including the business and human rights clauses not only in the action plan, but in the national human rights strategy as well. We do hope government considers the recommendations by the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights as a result of their assessment visit to Georgia in 2019. To the existing challenges, I would add the need to better promote non-judicial grievance mechanisms in the country to address human rights violations in the timely manner. Also, the COVID crisis that affected and forced many companies to close down left many people unemployed in the country. So this is also one of the very important challenges that we face right now. And now, very shortly, I would like to offer you a few ideas on what needs to be done, relying on the experience of the network to achieve meaningful progress with regard to implementation of the UNGPs. First, enhancing education and awareness of companies and other relevant stakeholders, such as government, media, civil society organizations, and youth on UNGPs and broader corporate sustainability topics. Initiatives we're currently undertaking and implementing with the support from the Swedish government and USAID, and in cooperation with the International Finance Corporation, include Corporate Sustainability Academy. We launched this academy here in Georgia. It's professional certificate course for interested stakeholders. Also, we launched the Sustainability Spotlight quarterly magazine to highlight good corporate practices and trends in the country. Second, it's continued work with the government to support promotion of business and human rights on the policy level in the country. Besides the work that we do with the Human Rights Secretariat of the Government of Georgia on supporting adoption and further implementation of business and human rights national policy document, we support the SDG Council under the Prime Minister's Office of Georgia and other relevant agencies in the country. And we are currently signing a memorandum of understanding with Forestry Agency of Georgia under the Ministry of Environment to help them adopt ESG policy. Yes, I'm finalizing it. ESG policy, and among others, to promote human rights standards with contractor companies. The third is showcasing good examples, especially by the SMEs, recognizing responsible leadership. And last, more tangible activities and support to companies. Easy to understand language involving right people from the companies is very important. This is usually a challenge in Georgia. Also, translating the importance of UNGP integration into tangible results. For instance, possibility then afterwards for the companies to export goods or services to the EU market using the DCFTA, attracting new investors and expanding business operations. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm ready to answer your questions if any.
Thanks, Salome. Thank you very much. Let me reflect on this later because we have lack of time. Let me quickly move to Marina from Global Compact Russia. And Marina, please tell us what you are seeing as opportunities for implementation of guiding principles in Russia from business perspective.
Уважаемые коллеги, дамы и господа, добрый день. Большое спасибо, для меня большая честь приветствовать вас из России и коротко представить видение и деятельность Российской сети Национального глобального договора ООН. Отдельное спасибо за возможность сделать это на русском языке, одном из 6 официальных языков Организации Объединенных Наций. Глобальный договор – это не только всемирное движение ответственных компаний, но и площадка для обсуждения актуальных прогрессивных аспектов корпоративных стратегий в области устойчивого развития. И мне приятно продолжить то, что моя коллега из Грузии уже вам представила, вот поиск конкретных попыток рассматривать вот эти аспекты применительно к практике бизнеса. Да, речь идет о трансформации бизнес-стратегий, о трансформации бизнес-моделей в интересах прав человека и в контексте целей устойчивого развития. И ключевым стандартом здесь является в том числе для прогрессивных ответственных компаний России это руководящие принципы предпринимательской деятельности в аспекте прав человека. Коротко о том, что сделано у нас. Мы работаем последние несколько лет, и я бы выделила 3 основные цели. Это мониторинг и анализ, насколько бизнес вовлечен, насколько он понимает вот специфику этой темы, какие именно направления выделяет как приоритетные, как оценит успехи и так далее. Второе – это экспертиза, налаживание экспертных связей в России, на международных площадках, формирование базы такого методического сопровождения, имплементации международных норм в практику бизнеса. И третье, то, о чем тоже говорили, повышение квалификации и образования, собственно, каких компетенций бизнесу не хватает, какие знания, какие направления, обмен опытом. И вот за этот период, очень коротко, да, что сделано, у нас работает своя рабочая экспертная группа на площадке национальной сети, у нее есть постоянный круг экспертов, с привлечением Министерства иностранных дел, Министерства экономического развития, Российского союза промышленников и предпринимателей, программы Верховного комиссара ООН в России большую роль играет, и спасибо за наше сотрудничество. И есть привлеченный круг экспертов, который меняется или расширяется, скорее правильно сказать, потому что, конечно, мы все время ищем новых экспертов, которые анализируем окружение, пространство, да, тех экспертов, которые способны повышать, собственно, нашу же экспертизу. Да. Налажено рабочее взаимодействие, как я уже сказала, с государством. Пока это в лице в основном Министерства экономического развития и, прежде всего, тот, кто нас максимально заинтересованно консультирует, Министерство иностранных дел. Проведена очень серьезная и тщательная работа по экспертизе руководящих принципов в сравнении с российским законодательством. Состоялась тоже целый раунд, целая серия экспертных опросов и экспертных обсуждений среди представителей бизнеса, прежде всего. И благодаря этому тема бизнеса и права человека стала, по крайней мере, в деловой части информационного пространства России гораздо более публичной. Мы инициируем включение этих тем в повестку ключевых форумов, площадок, например, Национальный форум по устойчивому развитию, а также выходим с этим на международные площадки и активно работаем, в том числе на площадке форума по вопросам предпринимательства и правам человека. И в 2016 году у нас была впервые российско-швейцарская сессия на этой площадке. Запустили также образовательную программу для российского бизнеса, и в том числе в прошлом году у нас состоялся первый семинар такой из серии P-Learning Seminars, своего рода первый международный семинар на эту тему, организованный совместно с Управлением Верховного комиссара ООН в России. Конечно, в этом году мы были вынуждены сократить многие направления и отменить мероприятия, в том числе не состоялись планируемые консультации Совета по РАМЧЕКа на тему подотчетности средств правозащиты, но, тем не менее, мы стараемся продолжать свою работу, и на чем мы сейчас сосредоточены, переходя к перспективам, тоже очень коротко, то есть где мы в какой точке находимся. Вот с учетом всего, что я сказала, вот этого обсуждения, анализа, экспертных опросов и так далее, мы сформировали понимание того, каковы же главные запросы и барьеры бизнеса на пути к более такому развернутому внедрению руководящих принципов в практику бизнеса. Ну, например, очень коротко, вот, направление, да, и несколько проблем. Вовлеченность и экспертиза, конечно, это недостаточное активное сотрудничество бизнеса с государством и экспертным сообществом России. И, в принципе, недостаточность экспертизы, экспертных, компетентных экспертов по этой теме экспертизы. Отсутствие эффективных коммуникаций российского бизнеса, в том числе с международными инициативами, с международными площадками, не всегда готовность бизнеса говорить на эту тему. Я думаю, это тоже общая проблема. Бизнес не всегда способен разделять риски, в том числе с учетом правозащитной темы, и не всегда понятно практическое применение с точки зрения репутации, да, и так далее. Для бизнеса бывает это сложно, а мы пытаемся объяснять эту специфику. В сфере образования...
Марина, если можно закончить.
Это как раз вот о том, что является барьерами, которые мы вместе преодолеваем. Да? Вот, если говорить о внутренней практике, это отсутствие ясности в выборе и применении практических инструментов, стандартов и их границ в контексте корпоративной ответственности. Например, сложность вычленения из блока социальной активности компаний, которая традиционно сильна для российского бизнеса, да, и вот вопрос корректировки, расширения с учетом этих стандартов, ну и поддержка этой темы. В общем, чтобы сократить и практически резюмировать, все это стало основой для нашего следующего логического шага от таких разрозненных или периодических экспертных опросов мы пришли в точку проведения общероссийского исследования, которое называется «Имплементация руководящих принципов ООН предпринимательской деятельности в аспекте прав человека в стратегии и практику российских компаний». Это будет первое такое большое общероссийское исследование. Мы проводим его в партнерстве с Deloitte, ФБК «Право». У него будет 3 уровня: корпоративный, правовой и экспертный, да, то есть и то, что касается практики и специфики внедрения, и то, что касается законодательства и практики внедрения другими государствами, и экспертный. исследований. И, собственно, по итогам этого исследования мы уже разрабатываем, но будет по итогам отшлифован коллективный план действий в области прав человека, и он будет содержать несколько направлений точек роста и предложения государства, и рекомендации для бизнеса, разъяснения для партнеров бизнеса, предложения по активизации и продвижению темы и предложения к повестке международных площадок и сотрудничества. У меня есть несколько примеров, но, наверное, я их или оставлю для дискуссии, или просто предложу в рамках следующей нашей встречи. Спасибо.
Да, спасибо, Marina. Yes, let me quickly finish the presentation part because we went slightly over time. It was extremely important to have both Salome and Marina to talk to us from a business perspective, because obviously now listening to them, it's very clear there are very common challenges that they are facing, and lack of capacity, lack of expertise, lack of dialogue between different actors, and it's very much needed to have support and help from development partners in this regard, I think. Now, because we are getting over time, we're almost finished, but I just want to ask everybody to stay maybe for 5 more minutes, so that we kind of connect all the dots that we had discussed today in one, let's say, bigger picture. And for that, I would like to ask Dante to come in and give us that overview.
Yeah, thank you, Ainura. I will be very, very brief. First of all, I would like to say that there is no silver bullet in this and advancing this agenda. There will be no miracles, and also no one size fits all. Therefore, each region and each country will have its peculiarities. And of course, the ambition is the same, where we need to go is the same, but in between, we need to be building blocks approach and also learning from what is working. Peer learning exercises like this one is very important, etc. As working group, what we push as a basic approach is an ABC approach. A for awareness raising, B for building capacity, and C for collaboration, strengthening collaboration. And this first regional event is the opportunity to kick off this approach in your region and your part of the world, and monitor, follow up, and improve over time, which is what is happening in parts of the world that are more advanced in this agenda at the moment. In a region in which many levers for change are less strong as elsewhere, it is paramount that awareness on business and human rights issues is raised. The potential for change resulting from proposed EU-wide legislation on mandatory human rights due diligence and corporate governance is significant. The EU and other stakeholders should use mechanisms at their disposal to prompt regulatory spillover. This should help to incentivize greater political will among your governments. We should be very deliberate in developing national action plans as a process to ensure business, the state, and even NGOs embrace them and eventually implement them. As such, it will be very useful to learn from other countries about best practices in this regard. We need to create an ecosystem of institutions and incentives to promote and embed business and human rights by all local and regional players. External support will be really useful in fostering closer links that are much needed. It is vital that countries and practitioners network create a sense of community. We have seen how that has played in Asia and how networks are forming in Africa, in Latin America. So I will say, in perspective, we should build momentum towards the second regional forum on business and human rights and work in between with all the players possible, building an alliance of the willing, working with those ones that want to make progress, and of course, strategize in how to broaden the tent and how to bring in the different players. At least at the global level, we are aligning the will of many players at the global level. And I think this regional setting being kicked off this week is very promising in the sense that we'll have a follow-up and it will have a follow-up in the context of a global movement for greater uptake and implementation during the next 10 years to come. So with that said, thank you very much again to UNDP, and of course the Office of the High Commissioner remain, and my working group will remain available for engaging with UNDP and all other regional and national players in fostering this agenda forward. Thank you again very much, Ainura, and all the organizers of this great event. Congratulations, and the floor is back to you.
Thank you, Dante. This was a very good consolidation of all insights, great insights from speakers that we heard today. Just to mention that we do really highly appreciate your time and for attending and giving us these good briefs and overviews. We will consolidate those in one summary that then will help us actually to move together with you in advancing the business and human rights agenda in the region. So now let me pass over to the closing remarks of entire forum for 3 days to our manager of Istanbul Regional Hub of UNDP, Mr. Gert Trogerman. Over to you, Gert.
Thank you, Ainura. And in fact, in a way, Dante, you summarized a lot of the key points and key action points much better than I could ever do. But at the same time, with my sincere appreciation to all participants for joining us for these 3 days, for the 3-day regional forum, let me try and bring together some of the key points I think that have come clearly to the fore in the course of this meeting. We really hope as UNDP that this event has laid the foundation for a continuous dialogue and cooperation on this important topic. It's really a topic to which we as UNDP attach a lot of attendance, a lot of attention and commitment going forward. We look forward to further engaging with all of you as stakeholders, including governments, civil society, private sector, and the international community in advancing this initiative together in further thoughts, ideas, and lessons learned towards searching for common solutions and create a fairer environment for responsible business in Eastern Europe and in Central Asia. At the same time, we hope that this forum can become, let me say, some form of a new tradition, and that we will see each other again next year. A special thanks in this regard goes to the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights for partnering with UNDP in organizing this event. I'm glad this event happened at this point in time. I think today more than ever, the concept of business and human rights has become pertinent. COVID-19 has not only had a devastating impact on our lives, it has had a particular big impact on employment and livelihoods, contributing to losses in jobs and income. The situation is an opportunity to really partner better with the private sector in recovering from the pandemic and in building a more just and sustainable society going forward. Over the last 3 days, we have heard from a number of countries about their experiences and challenges. They have mentioned promising developments such as the elaboration of national action plans, assessments, dialogue platforms, and the use of due diligence tools in business and human rights. I hope these experiences have inspired actors from countries where the business and human rights agenda is not in focus as yet. We look forward to having a few more chairs in our future panels and to welcoming more countries' experiences along those shared by Ukraine, Georgia, Serbia, and others in the course of these 3 days. While acknowledging the progress made, we also learned that there is still a lot to be done. A lack of public demand and political will, as well as a lack of awareness on the concept of business and human rights across all sectors, including business itself, and its common confusion with corporate social responsibility, are among, I think these are among the main challenges that we see in our region. We have to fill these gaps. We have to advocate that the respect of human rights in business activities is beneficial to all, including the businesses themselves, leading to enhanced competitiveness and a level playing field. Companies that uphold human rights build trust both with their customers and investors, resulting in stability and prosperity. Positive developments in neighboring countries like the upcoming European Union Directive on mandatory environmental and human rights due diligence will certainly have a spillover impact on our region. After almost 10 years since the adoption of the UN guiding principles, it has become evident that voluntary measures should not supersede mandatory obligations as part of the smart mix foreseen by the guiding principles. We should also not forget that it is not all about regulation, but also about the creation of certainty and the right incentives for corporations. We need to acknowledge that businesses face multiple challenges, and we need to create a favorable environment for them that would stimulate a more responsible approach from their side. For doing so, it is essential to invite the private sector to the dialogue. In general, partnerships are crucial. We have to work towards their enhancement and enlargement, including civil society and trade unions, and perhaps Dante, starting with the coalition of the willing, as you just described it in your remarks of connecting the dots. During the past 3 days, we have also touched upon the importance of an effective human rights due diligence policy. We have seen that human rights due diligence should not be a one-time effort, but an integrated and continuing process consistent of a vast range of different tools. We have also seen that even in situations where businesses are resistant on implementing due diligence, external factors such as public expectations, investors, regulators, and the market itself push the entrepreneurs towards adopting such tools. In particular, we've noted how the time for voluntary measures may have passed and that mandatory measures, including legislation, are at our doorsteps. We reviewed the common challenge in the region, the lack of sound grievance mechanisms. The evidence shows that such a gap often relates to a lack of knowledge and capacity on business and human rights within judicial systems. Thus, as an initial step, we have to concentrate our efforts in providing training and capacity building for lawyers and judges working with such complaints. Finally, we have to support national human rights institutions in dealing with human rights violations in the context of business. While these institutions can play an important role in addressing these abuses, they are often either limited by rather strict mandates or lack of capacities and resources. We've also seen, colleagues, that gender equality is an indispensable element, not only for global economic prosperity and welfare, but also for successful businesses today. There's a need for a new social contract with the state and businesses, and we only make it possible when we ensure equal rights for men and women at the workplace. Finally, we touched upon the emerging need for green recovery and the impact that COVID-19 had on the promotion of environmental rights. The relation between the state of the environment and public health has become evident and increased the demand for green projects. At the same time, thanks to our panelists operating on the ground, we have learned about the harsh reality that environmental activists are facing in our region. This once again leads to the conclusion that we need to create effective grievance mechanisms that would contribute to a more substantial dialogue between governments, businesses, and society. During the final session, you all noted how the 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principle presents an opportunity to take stock and to further invigorate their implementation. This will be done through a roadmap to be presented by the UN Working Group to the Human Rights Council next June, to which this forum was one input. From our region, we have heard of numerous challenges in this regard: governance gaps, the lack of public awareness and capacity on business and human rights, a lack of access to remedy, as well as state capture and corruption. At the same time, we have heard of reasons to be positive, including the adoption of national action plans in a few countries in the region, the increased efforts of NHRIs, civil society and trade union activists, and the anticipated positive effect from EU-wide measures, including those to introduce mandatory human rights due diligence and to strengthen engagement with partner countries and businesses. This forum and all the exchanges like this one offer from our perspective a way forward, as they create a much needed closer link and better opportunities to exchange best practices. As next steps, UNDP will continue supporting emerging partnerships and exchanges with the national and regional actors, which have actively participated in our forum over the last 3 days. We will also develop a summary of discussions and will share such a summary with you all in due course. We will look forward to expanding this discourse to national levels as well, so that the awareness and implementation of guiding principles will impact daily lives of people. With this, colleagues, and in conclusion, I'd like to express my thanks again to all of you for staying with us for these 3 days, for helping to bring so much substance, reality, and experience to our exchanges. And also add on the UNDP side, a special thanks to our colleagues in Bangkok, in the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub, and others who have been spearheading this work over years and who have been working with us closely towards making this regional forum a reality. On our side, the team around Bob, Ainura, and the many other colleagues connected here that have helped facilitate this, my special thanks to you all for making this possible, still this year and still under the challenging conditions that we are facing. I hope when the next forum actually happens, will be in a face-to-face format, and the type of pandemic challenges that we've been facing now will be behind us. So thank you again very much for your time and for your patience and for your contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerd. This concludes day 3 of the forum. We will take a quick break. Coming up next is the side event by the Business and Human Rights Lab at Yaroslav Mudry National Law University of Ukraine, who will be moderating the session titled Migration and Forced Labor, Building an Effective Response in the EE and CA region. We will resume at 1:30 Central European Time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business. I'm Kavya, and I'll be your technical facilitator today. If you have any questions for the speakers and panelists, please use the Q&A function. If you have any questions about Zoom or require technical assistance, please feel free to privately message Kavya InsightPact for help using the chat box. We will be providing English and Russian live interpretation throughout the forum. To listen to today's session in Russian, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, which is the globe icon, and select Russian. To listen to today's session in English, please select the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen, again, the globe icon, and select English. I will now pass the floor to Elena Uvarova, co-founder of the Central and Eastern European Business and Human Rights Association, associate professor, head of the International Business and Human Rights Lab at Yaroslav-Mudry National Law University in Ukraine. Elena, the floor is now yours.
Thank you very much. And we are studying as a side event on migration and forced labor, building effective response in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. And first of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organizers of the first regional forum on business and human rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia for holding this important event, which brings together so many key actors, and for including our side event in the program of the forum. It's a great honor to be the final event in such a diverse program, full of meanings and important messages and insights, and we will try to make our contribution to the results of the forum, of course. In turn, the fact that during all 3 days, the forum participants inevitably turned to the topic of forced labor and migration indicates its high relevance for the region. It's my pleasure to moderate today's event, which due to extremely short time will examine recent efforts of states, businesses, and civil society organizations in the region in combating forced labor in general and implementing identification and prevention tool in particular, and actually implementation of human rights approach in general. And it's a great honor for me to moderate session in which such outstanding experts participate. Let me announce, first of all, the structure of our event today. We will have 2 sub-sessions. The first one will be about existing challenges to effectively responding to forced labor in the region in the context of the implementation of the UN Guiding Principles. Key factors lead to the risks of forced labor for migrants, and how UN Guiding Principles implementation could help, if it could, to improve the situation in the region. Let me introduce speakers of the first session of the event. Luis Antonio Machado, technical specialist on forced labor in Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work branch, International Labour Organization. Itsuka Inoue, program coordinator in migrant protection and assistant in International Organization for Migration. Umida Niyazova, Executive Director of Uzbek Forum for Human Rights. Nadira Abdullaeva, Member of Human Rights Center, Tajikistan. Oleg Gulak, Chair of Belarus Helsinki Committee, Belarus. And now let me welcome and give the floor to Luis Antonio Machado. The floor is yours for opening greetings and general introduction.
Thank you, Elena. Thank you very much for the invitation for this very important side event. as you mentioned, I work for the ILO at the Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work branch, currently as technical specialist on forced labor. So I'll begin immediately giving an overview of forced labor, how it affects the world, and how can we fight it. So first of all, forced labor refers to work that is carried out under any penalty and is involuntary. So both these conditions apply for work to be considered forced labor. Involuntary work, in turn, refers to any place where the workers free and in any penalty is the means of coercion used to impose work on a worker against his or her will, and may include, inter alia, threats of violence against workers or workers' families, debt bondage or manipulation of the debt, or withholding of wages or other promised benefits. Unfortunately, forced labor remains tragically common in today's global economy. Our most recent estimates, developed together with the Walk Free Foundation and IOM, shows that on any given day in 2016, there were nearly 25 million men, women, and children worldwide who were forced to work against their will under a threat. Out of the 25 million, 21 million were imposed forced labor by the private sector. So it's very important, the topic of this event, and tackling forced labor in supply chains. And around 4 million were state-imposed victims of forced labor. A huge number of children, 4.3 million, were estimated, or around 1/4 of the victims. And 69% were women and girls. So women and girls are more vulnerable than men to forced labor. Prevalence is highest in the Asia-Pacific region, where 4 out of 1,000 people were victims, and Europe and Central Asia, the region we're speaking about today, have the second highest prevalence with 3.6 victims out of 1,000 people. Half of all these persons in forced labor in the private economy were under the situation of debt bondage, one of the most common forms of forced labor. Today's bonded labor is associated in important part with coercive practices, including exorbitant and illegal recruitment fees imposed on migrant workers in the private recruitment aid industry. These stark figures underscore that honoring our commitment to end forced labor by 2030, as per the SDG target 8.7, will be an immense challenge. Appropriate policy choices are critical. The ILO's forced labor instruments, conventions number 29 and 105, as well as the more recent protocol to Convention 29 and its recommendation, both adopted in 2014, coupled with other relevant international legal instruments as the TIP protocol and other UN conventions, they provide key guidance in this regard. But these instruments, they send a clear message. Forced labor, slavery, human trafficking, modern slavery, etc., they are serious crimes and need to be dealt with as such. They also make clear that these abuses cannot be eliminated through criminal law enforcement alone. Rather, we need a broad-based approach with a strong emphasis on prevention, protection, and remedies, in addition to enforcement, underpinned, of course, by strengthened international cooperation and partnerships. In other words, the classical 4Ps approach. On prevention, heightened awareness is critical to changing behavior and practices that can lead to forced labor and related abuses. So forced labor is overwhelmingly concentrated in the private economy, as I mentioned, and underscoring the importance of public and private action in high-risk countries and economic sectors to prevent forced labor and related abuses in the operations of businesses and enterprises, and in the products, service, or operations to which they may be directly linked through their supply chains. Gaps in regulations and enforcement have led to a disturbing number of reports about exploitation and abuse of workers, especially migrant workers, by unscrupulous labor recruiters and fraudulent and abusive employment agencies. This discussion makes clear that promoting fair recruitment practices and averting to the occurrence of risks of forced labor through fair recruitment processes must be a fundamental part of the forced labor prevention strategy, among, of course, other elements of prevention. One other important part under prevention is formalizing, in quotes, the informal work, including through the promotion of freedom of association and collective bargaining, improved social protection, and skills training. These are critical to creating a workforce that is resilient to forced labor. Moving on to protection, remedies, and enforcement. Protection begins with ensuring the timely identification of people in forced labor, as failure to identify them is likely to result in forced labor denial of their rights and expose the victims to continued forced labor. So ensuring immediate assistance and long-term recovery and rehabilitation to victims and survivors, guaranteeing access to justice and remedies can provide critical support to recovery, and in doing so, help prevent their re-victimization, something that happens quite often. An adequate legal architecture is also a critical condition for the effective enforcement and compensation for those who have endured forced labor. Far greater attention must be paid to the additional vulnerability to forced labor created in situations of crisis and state fragility, which are growing in number in terms of people affected around the world, such as the pandemic we're living in. The complex global and multidimensional nature of forced labor means that many of its forms cannot be resolved by national governments and national actors alone. We need bilateral, regional, and international cooperation in an integrated, coordinated effort to address the root causes and consequences and its impacts. Lastly, there has been a steady growth in laws and policy measures addressing forced labor in all of these priority areas in the last 2 decades. This is also in line with the 20 years of Palermo Protocol. But the persistence of forced labor at an alarming scale provides irrefutable evidence that efforts to date have fallen far short of the total need. Progress must be faster and more comprehensive if we are to meet our commitments by the ambitious target dates set in the SDG for ending forced labor among children by 2025 and universally by 2030. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Machado. And actually, International Labour Organization plays a crucial role in the process of preventing forced labor and ensuring decent work for all. And last week, during the annual UN Forum on Business and Human Rights, ILO Director General Guy Ryder said that trust building between the different parties needs to take place at the national, the sectoral, and the enterprise level, as well as between business partners along global supply chains. And it's precisely in that way that we can all jointly construct a better normal. Totally agree with this point. However, the point where there is forced labor is so far away from trust. There is no trust because there is lack of the rule of law, there is a high level of corruption, there is lack of effective remedies to protect human rights, and the problem of forced labor illustrates it very well. So can we expect that the Pillar 2 of the UN Guiding Principles will work properly in a situation where the Pillar 1 does not work practically effectively? And I suggest that we return to this question later when we will have time for questions after this subsession. And thank you again for very, very constructive points. And now let me introduce the next speaker. Please, Ms. Itsuka Inoue, Program Coordinator, International Organization for Migration. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, good morning, or good evening to all. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you so much, Dr. Olena and organizer, for giving me the opportunity to join this very exciting event. So I have my presentation. Can you put it on the screen? Yes, my name is Etsuko Inoue, Program Coordinator at IOM Ukraine. Next, please. I'm going to give you a very brief background or introduction of migration and its vulnerability to human trafficking and forced labor in the context of Ukraine, based on IOM experience and sharing some of our responses. Next, please. So this is just a quick fact about the migration or human mobility in Ukrainian context. About 1.4 million IDPs registered currently, and this is due to conflict in eastern part of Ukraine, and definitely IDP are the vulnerable groups to human trafficking. And approximately 3 million Ukrainian migrant workers abroad at any given time. And this includes circular short-term migration. And Ukrainians were the highest represented nationality among foreign migrants who received resident permit last year within EU. And Poland is the key destination for Ukrainian migrants, followed by Czech Republic, Italy, and Baltic states. But I also want to mention that apart from EU, the Russian Federation still remains the top destination country for Ukrainian migrant workers. However, the tendency towards Western countries has been increasing in the past years. And remittances sent to Ukraine amount more than 10% of GDP of the country. And this really shows that migration has a big impact in the country, especially socio-economic development of the country. However, as we are all experiencing this pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic has quite number of negative impact on migration and the mobility all over the country and of course in Ukraine. And 10% of labor migrants returned to Ukraine, and 10% of seasonal migrant workers stayed home, unable to leave because of COVID-19. This means that they can't really send remittances, and the situation is still unclear what is going to happen. And according to IOM estimate, over 260,000 Ukrainians trafficked since 1991. And this is mainly because of economic stagnation in the country, unemployment. And again, this pandemic has actually adding some vulnerability to migrants, labor migrants. Okay, next, please. So let's look at some of the statistics based on IOM caseload. This is the statistic that from last year assisted by IOM. So who are actually the victims of trafficking? And as you can see, 68% of victims we assisted last year, they are male, and the majority of the age are between 18 to 50 years old. And over 90% are trafficked for labor exploitation. And construction, manufacturing, and agriculture, those are the three major sector of labor exploitation for Ukrainian migrant workers. And they are mainly like low-skilled labor migrants and seasonal migrant workers. But I'd like to also mention that it doesn't mean that we have less female victims of trafficking. It is often that they are underreported because lots of women, they are engaged in domestic care, or they might be trafficked for sexual exploitation. So those are the reasons that underreported. Okay, next, please. So I also want to share a bit the educational background of the victims we assisted last year. Often mentioned that low education is one of the push factor for human trafficking or forced labor, but it doesn't always the case in Ukraine. As our statistics shows that 62% of our victims of trafficking assisted by IOM, they had a college or vocational school degree, and also more than 20% had university degree. Next, please. And I'd like to also share a bit about the determinants of migrant vulnerability model, which IOM uses. And this is based on human rights-based approach. When we identify, determine, and assist vulnerable migrants, we need to look at different factors, be it individual factors, household, community, and structural factors. For example, individual factors, like for Ukrainian case, there might be IDPs, or we need to look at their gender or age, and household. This could be the family size or socioeconomic status of the household, and community factors that could be the availability or access to livelihood or social services in that community. And structural factors, especially in the case of Ukraine, this could be conflict, or it could be rule of law or governance. Yes. Next, please. So what we actually do to combat trafficking, human trafficking, and especially forced labor. As our previous presenter already mentioned, that these 4 Ps, prosecution, prevention, protection, and partnership. This is a very comprehensive approach, and IOM applied this 4P approach. And we work with government, civil society organization, and private sectors. And the list of our activities are much more than this, but I just picked some of them. We provide protection assistance to victims of trafficking and vulnerable migrants based on the individual needs, and targeted prevention and awareness raising. For example, we target state employment centers or vocational schools, and we do provide capacity development of labor inspectors and law enforcement actors. And we do also address the demand side of human trafficking and forced labor. This is quite a new initiative, but as trafficking situation and forced labor, they are changing the situation. So we also need to update our approach and also be creative and etc. So we address demand side of forced labor by promoting public-private partnership. This include supporting business to promote sustainable production and consumption, and which include ethical recruitment, due diligence, respect for labor rights. I know this event is basically focusing on this area. And importantly, we also raise awareness among consumers on labor exploitation and human trafficking in supply chain. So we really need to do a lot, and we have to tackle from different angles and work with different sectors. But what is really important is we need to keep supporting the initiative, and also we shouldn't stop our effort to do to help victims of trafficking and also prevent forced labor. So I want to conclude with my remark that let's work together, and let's be positive that one day we could stop this serious crime. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Inoue, and thank you very much for showing additional vulnerability of migrants based on real examples, and thank you for your presentation of 4P approach. It's really very interesting and useful, and thank you for your positiveness. It's really helpful as well. And let me now ask Umida Niyazova to take the floor, Uzbek Forum for Human Rights, and to present your work in the sphere of preventing and combating forced labor.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you put on the slides, please? So thank you very much for the opportunity to present our work today. I would like to present to you overview of how we have worked to eradicate child and forced labor over the last 10 years. And I think this is testimony to the power of civil society to effect change even under the most difficult circumstances. Next slide, please. Uzbek Forum for Human Rights is a Berlin-based NGO dedicated to defending human rights in Uzbekistan and strengthening civil society We work with a network of independent human rights defenders inside the country who conduct monitoring on forced labor in the cotton, silk sectors, as well on corruption and impact of international investments on human rights. We use our reports and publications to inform and influence policymakers and engage the media to pressure Uzbek government to uphold its human rights commitments. Next, please. Uzbek Forum is a member of a cotton campaign, an international coalition made up of NGO, trade unions, academics dedicated to eradicating child and forced labor in Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan. Over 300 international brands, including H&M, Zara, Walmart, Marks and Spencer, have followed the cotton campaign's call to boycott Uzbek cotton. Next, please. Our network of monitors work in all regions of Uzbekistan. We constantly build the capacity, organize training on international human rights standards, ILO labor conventions, interview techniques, and personal and digital security. Next. When Uzbek Forum started monitoring the cotton sector in Uzbekistan in 2009, forced child labor took place on a massive scale, involving approximately 1 million school-age children. Children were expected to collect up to 50 kilograms of cotton per day for 4 cents per kilo. It was a unique system organized by the state and was fundamentally different from child labor in other developing countries where children work because of poverty. When extent of child and forced labor in Uzbekistan was largely unknown to the world, human rights activists, Uzbek human rights activists, launched a petition calling for a boycott of Uzbek cotton. And this was the beginning of what would become an international effort that ultimately led to the changes we are seeing in the country today. Next slide, please. Based on monitoring carried out by brave human rights defenders, we published reports that exposed the extent of Uzbekistan forced labor system. These reports reached the media, policymakers, and fashion brands throughout the world who joined boycott of Uzbek cotton. Next. Following mounting international pressure, of Uzbekistan, Shavkat Mirziyoyev, at that time he was prime minister and responsible for oversight of the cotton harvest, issued an order to stop sending children to pick cotton. However, the forced labor of adults, students, and employees of public sectors continued. Next slide, please. Human rights defenders were constantly subject to harassment, arbitrary detention, beatings, forcing them to leave the country. So the changes we see today would not have been possible without the brave human rights activists of Uzbekistan. Next slide, please. In 2017, Uzbek Forum published a joint report with Human Rights Watch exposing links to child labor and forced labor with World Bank investments. And following the intense advocacy, President of Uzbekistan finally acknowledged the existence of forced labor, and almost immediately some 200,000 students were recalled from the fields. And the following year, the government stopped sending to pick cotton nurses and teachers. Next slide. 2018 saw the release of dozens of political prisoners and growing independent online community. But reforms have disproportionately benefited the economy rather than civil society. Civil society groups still face immense obstacles in registering formally with the authorities, leaving them unable to attract fundings or operate with legitimacy. Next slide. The privatization of the cotton sector is now almost complete and has brought new challenges in the country, lacking in rule of law, independent trade unions, and empowered civil society. land confiscations by private operators from small and medium-sized farmers facilitated by government officials without compensation for the farmers. And in effect, a new kind of monopoly has emerged where there is only one cotton producer per district, and farmers have no choice over whom to sell their cotton and have no power to negotiate prices. So the progress in eradicating forced labor is significant and real, but without the vibrant and empowered civil society to hold power to account, it's unlikely that reforms will be sustainable. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Niyazova, for your presentation, and you are doing really inspiring work, and actually you have touched one more very important issue, the crucial role of human rights defenders, and it's really important to focus on. And one more moment which is interesting as well, the high concentration of state-owned companies is noted as a feature of the region as a whole. In this regard, some experts suggest starting the implementation of policies and procedures of UN guiding principles implementation with state-owned companies. And maybe that is to use this weakness as an opportunity for our region. Is just under discussion, and again, we could return to this question with focuses on forced labor and migration as well. And let me now give the floor to Nadira Abdullaeva, who represents Human Rights Center, Tajikistan. Nadira, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Alona. And I'm really glad to join this important event. I'm representing Human Rights Center, and for the last 15 years, we closely work with law and policy on labor migration in Tajikistan, and also we provide free legal assistance to Tajik migrant workers. Many of you perhaps aware that labor migration became a livelihood strategy for Tajik citizens over the last 20 years, and Russia accepts more than 90% of Tajik migrants each year, and Kazakhstan is the second destination country which accepts like from 3 to 5% of Tajik migrants each year. We also observe the number of Tajik migrants going to South Korea, Turkey, and some countries of European Union, but the flows is not so high. And Tajik migrants in Russia and Kazakhstan are vulnerable to labor exploitation and forced labor in a private economy. So a classical scheme, I think it's like obvious that migrants are offered in the countries in Tajikistan good salary and relatively good work conditions, but when they arrive, they could be exploited, forced to perform a job that was not agreed upon, work overtime, they work in risky conditions without their consent, low wage, no wage, or often they are intimidated by police or by physical violence, and etc. Of course, there is a lot of factors of such situation in countries of destination, but I will talk now more about the problems in Tajikistan, and I will focus on private employment agencies and their role in such situation when Tajik migrants fall into forced labor. Private employment agencies in Tajikistan, generally they have limited understanding that business have to comply to established standards to respect human rights, and main problems I can divide it into like the more like general problems is that no labor migration policy was adopted in Tajikistan since 2015. The last was finished in 2015, and still we have no any like separate labor migration program. However, like each citizens of the country go to migration. Despite of many governmental efforts and efforts of development partners to establish pre-departure orientation system in Tajikistan, still we lack such comprehensive system. And of course, the law on migration, which was adopted 20 years ago, hardly regulates labor migration from the perspective of Tajikistan's human rights obligation and all these international treaties we ratified. And if we talk about problems with private employment agencies, again, there is no separate legislation regulating the work of private employment agencies in Tajikistan. The norms which we have in our existing legislation is not sufficient. And in 2015, there was discussion to adopt the new law, but still discussions, like it's still discussions. The potential and reputation of private employment agencies in Tajikistan are also weak. A small part of migrants uses their services, and this happened because there are a lot of cases of fraud and unfair employment when migrants use this channel of employment. And private employment agencies in Tajikistan usually do not monitor working conditions and labor relations after securing contracts, or sometimes there is no contract. Only in 2017, the Prosecutor General of Tajikistan opened 3 criminal cases against private employment agencies who employed migrants in Russia and Saudi Arabia. Still, these cases are going. And also, I would like to mention about the role of recruiters. They are not private employment agencies, because usually private employment agencies, they need a license. These recruiters, they work, I can say, not legally. However, they are popular and migrants use these channels also. And we also have in our practice when migrants use these channels and they fall into forced labor. So there is a problem when the government and official bodies working with migration not put enough attention to this practice in Tajikistan. So what we do, we advocate now in Tajikistan the adoption of the new policy on labor migration. We have a lot of advocacy at the national and international levels. We also communicate with the UN Committee of Migrant Workers in 2012 and 17. This committee recommended urgently to adopt a separate strategy and separate laws on private employment agencies and labor migration. Still, Tajikistan did this recommendation. And also Tajikistan ratified protocol 2014 of the ILO for the Convention 29, which will be enforced from the next year. So we now started to work in this area also, because this protocol of ILO convention for it also oblige governments to do something with the private employment agencies. So we think this mechanism will be good for NGOs in Tajikistan to use it and to adopt the legislation or to work on our criminal code, because in our criminal code there is no separate article for the forced labor. There is, of course, article for the trafficking, but not always all forced labor are trafficking. And from our practice, we see that many migrants who are in forced labor without the trafficking, we cannot protect them and they cannot ask for the government assistance. So this is like very briefly. And if any questions, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And your presentation actually illustrates crucial role of civil society organizations as well. But what leverage could be used to encourage state and businesses to use that tools which UN guided principles propose? And I would like to use this bridge for letting this floor to Oleg Gulak from Belarus Helsinki Committee, who is one, to my mind, of the best expert on business and human rights in Eastern Europe. So Oleg, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, Алена. Добрый день всем. После такого представления мне, конечно, даже
страшновато, как не, чтобы не оправдать вдруг надежд и таких высоких оценок. Но если серьезно, то, конечно, мы видим, что проблема принудительного труда и в контексте миграции в том числе остается очень актуальной для в нашей жизни, скажем, для нашего региона, наверное, в первую очередь. И я попытаюсь об этом немножко тоже и на примере Беларуси, и общие подходы осветить. Мы видим, что вообще проблема принудительного труда базируется на том, что есть уязвимые группы, есть люди, которые не защищены, недостаточно ослаблены, у них нет инструментов, у них нет возможности зарабатывать на жизнь нормальным образом. Вот. И есть те, кто дает работу, и вот у этой группы, у этой стороны, скажем, есть инструменты для того, чтобы человека принуждать, и тоже, что, на мой взгляд, очень важно, и у тех, и у других есть как бы такая сформировавшаяся культура, что это нормальные отношения. Вот это, мне кажется, тоже важный элемент, который мы видим, который позволяет эту систему воспроизводить, потому что общество, по большому счету, недостаточно на эту проблему обращает внимание и недостаточно критически, скажем, к этому относится. В нашем регионе, в Беларуси в том числе, мне кажется, что мы видим, вот эта проблема принудительного труда, она во многом еще остается из советской практики, когда была распространена логика вот мощного государства, и люди рассматривались как инструмент затыкания дырок экономики. Во многих странах, не в Беларуси, но в других странах региона, произошли достаточно серьезные реформы, приватизация, и как коллеги вот сейчас рассказывают, но культура все равно воспроизводится. И поскольку люди остаются зависимыми, незащищенными, то очень большой соблазн использовать это для того, чтобы получать какие-то сверхприбыли или зарабатывать, скажем так, попроще свои деньги теми, кто эту работу может давать. Вот в Беларуси специфика еще в том, что у нас остается до сих пор такое гипертрофировано мощное государство с чрезмерной ролью во всех сферах. И вот эта вот логика человек для государства и человеком мы восполняем пробелы в экономике, или мы вообще человека учим, готовим, воспитываем, используем в итоге для всего типа общества, на самом деле для государства, и затыкаем им те пробелы и дырки, которые у нас есть. Вот эта практика, которая сохраняется в Беларуси, практика использования людей на сельхозработах, использование, например, студентов под разными там более мягкими, может быть, предлогами, чем это было раньше, но используя их зависимость, значит, привлечение их на всякие там срочные стройки, на то, чтобы ввести какой-то объект там, к очередной праздничной дате или там глобальные какие-то соревнования, значит, инфраструктуру успеть подготовить к этому там очередному чемпионату. Вот такие меры, они для нас, к сожалению, достаточно привычны и не вызывают какого-то такого заметного возмущения в обществе, потому что это все часть как бы такой уже традиционной системы, так всегда было. Конечно, мы уже во многом все-таки освободились от того, чтобы там, как в советские времена, поголовно там школьников отправлять на сельхозработы, но теперь это делается не поголовно, а выборочно и а-ля с согласия родителей, но это все очень формальные процедуры, и опять же делается тоже с учетом того, что те же родители понимают, что они не свободны. Проблема миграции для нас, наверное, не так остра, не так ярко звучит, как у наших соседей, опять же потому, что государство слишком мощное и ограничивает приток мигрантов. Но в тех случаях, когда это происходит, вот, например, украинцев у нас было достаточно много, приезжало много мигрантов, когда был разгар вот этих военных действий на востоке Украины. Многие ехали к нам, и тогда тоже проявлялась проблема, что государство людей отправляет в первую очередь в сельскую местность, в первую очередь, опять же, туда, где удобнее государству. И потом люди могут оказываться в таких обстоятельствах, когда они вынуждены довольствоваться теми условиями труда, которые им предоставляют, потому что других вариантов нет. Вот. Но об этом есть как бы другие, более такие привычные и традиционные сферы, где принудительный труд проявляется, применяется. Мы даже добивались правозащитной организации, Белорусский Хельсинский комитет в том числе, и наши коллеги из других организаций, с которыми мы работаем в тесном сотрудничестве, мы добивались того, что договорные органы ООН выносили рекомендации Беларуси о проблеме принудительного труда, и Комитет по правам человека такую рекомендацию давал, Комитет по экономическим, социальным и культурным правам также отмечал эту проблему, и у нас будет как раз совсем скоро очередная процедура прохождения этого отчета, мы также об этом будем говорить. Это сферы, в первую очередь, лица, лишенные свободы, лица, которые помещены в лечебно-трудовые профилактории. Это у нас такой остался, у соседей уже этого нет. Но у нас этот советский подход лечения алкоголизма трудом и изоляцией, он у нас сохраняется. И эти люди, которые не совершили никаких, лишены свободы не за совершение правонарушений, они привлекаются к труду, который там им предоставляется. Также есть у нас категория обязанных лиц, но долго рассказывать, тоже уникальная практика, когда государство взыскивает деньги на содержание детей у родителей, у которых этих детей забрали, а если они не хотят работать, то их принудительно привлекают, трудоустраивают и заставляют работать. И вот такая форма тоже есть. Но и в других сферах, где есть люди зависимые, и возможность государства или аффилированных с государством бизнесов этих людей привлечь, риск принудительного труда, он всегда сохраняется. И это значит, что для гражданского общества это огромный вызов, потому что, опять же говорю, жители часто не считают это серьезной проблемой. Поэтому очень важно, чтобы чтобы эта информация выявлялась. То есть, в первую очередь, мониторинговая работа, конечно, очень важна. Дальше очень важно людям объяснять, что это, мягко говоря, не только нарушение стандартов, но и не самые оптимальные практики устройства жизни, да, и то, что эти проблемы людей можно решать и нужно решать по-другому. Образовательные программы в таких сферах очень важны. Также мне кажется, что роль профсоюзов в этой работе также важна. Но и я бы обратил внимание на то, что большая роль, на мой взгляд, тех корпораций, тех серьезных глобальных бизнесов, которые имеют свои корпоративные правила, привносить эту культуру, привносить эти отношения, эту практику, привносить вместе со своими деньгами к тем партнерам, с которыми они работают. И у гражданского общества есть возможность использовать процедуры отчетности, нефинансовой отчетности для того, чтобы помогать, скажем, подталкивать бизнес, включать механизмы вот этой должной осмотрительности, due diligence, для того, чтобы создавать, выявлять рисковые сферы в контексте принудительного труда и создавать для этого, конечно, необходимые препятствия и механизмы, как этому противодействовать. И вот только в такой совместной, активной, в совместном таком взаимодействии активном, я думаю, мы эту проблему можем постепенно преодолевать, потому что, конечно, это дикость в 21 веке все еще говорить о принудительном труде. Спасибо.
Thank you. Спасибо большое, Олег. Thank you very much. And we have finished the first subsection, and I just want to ask all our speakers of our first subsection to say just one sentence from each of you, what you could recommend for states in the region which are going to develop National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, in particular Ukraine. What key actions on combating forced labor should be included to the National Action Plans? What do you think? What key focuses should be done in the region?
Maybe I begin.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you again, Olena. So one last key message is that we have to look into the supply chains as a whole, both from the demand and the supply side, and tackle the root causes of forced labor. We cannot only look into mitigating the risks. We need prevention. We don't even, in the future, we don't have to mitigate risks because we don't want forced labor to exist. So we have to focus more on prevention, not letting the crime happen. But today we unfortunately need to tackle the whole supply chain. That's my message. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Maybe Nadira, what do you think?
Alena, could you please repeat your question? Sorry, I had technical issues and did not hear you well.
Да, конечно, могу на русском, если это будет проще. Какая ваша главная рекомендация для государств, которые собираются разрабатывать национальные планы действий в сфере бизнеса и прав человека, вот в части включения в эти планы действий по борьбе с принудительным трудом, по предупреждению принудительного труда? Вот что бы вы порекомендовали включить как ключевые действия? Какой главный акцент сделать?
Ну, я, наверное, буду говорить, основываясь на опыте моей страны. У нас вообще эта тема не поднимается, что очень печально. Поэтому, наверное, нужно начинать с информирования как раз-таки вот тех ключевых, да, если мы говорим о бизнесе, если мы говорим о государстве, и вовлечения обязательно гражданского общества во все эти процессы. И дальше уже, я думаю, все остальные действия, они уже прописаны и в принципах UNGP, и если мы говорим конкретно о принудительном труде, тот же протокол 2014 года, он достаточно четко говорит в связке с миграцией и принудительным трудом, что нужно делать. В том же Global Compact тоже все это четко прописано, поэтому для меня, вот для нашей страны, начинать этот разговор, уже нужно начинать этот разговор.
Спасибо большое. Умида, could you add your recommendation, please?
Ну, Ну хорошо, по-русски я тоже тогда скажу. Ну, если мы говорим об Узбекистане, это немножко другая тема, потому что мы все время раньше говорили о том, что это уникальный случай принудительного труда, организованного государством. И как выступал наш коллега из Белоруссии правильно говорил, что наши страны привыкли к такой практике, когда для какого-то экономического подъема или что-то еще государство готово мобилизовывать своих граждан, работать, прикрываясь еще красивыми лозунгами. Но сейчас у нас как бы если говорить о проблеме в Узбекистане, как бы такой новый этап проблемы, когда принудительный труд и другие проблемы, связанные с трудовыми правами, больше относятся к частному сектору, потому что государство начало приватизировать крупные государственные экономики, целую шелковую отрасль, хлопковую отрасль, другие отрасли. То есть большие компании, иногда это очень странные компании, зарегистрированные в офшорных зонах где-нибудь в Шотландии или в Арабских Эмиратах, которые получают большие куски бизнеса. И мы видим, к сожалению, о том, что есть какая-то связка между государством и этими компаниями, когда эти компании продолжают эту старую практику, как будто бы, хотя как бы мы предполагали, что приватизация, она приведет к остановке принудительного труда. Поэтому, конечно, основная рекомендация, что государство обязано следить за тем, что и устанавливать механизмы для того, чтобы частные компании, большие богатые корпорации, они устанавливали у себя специальные социальные механизмы для того, чтобы защищать трудовые права.
Thank you very much. Itsuka, please, what will be your recommendation?
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Olena. Okay, if I may pick one recommendation, that could be more strong monitoring mechanism in the recruitment agencies, because there are a number of recruitment agencies, they actually operate, they recruit migrant workers, but they actually doing trafficking action. So I think we need to work together to do more strong monitoring, and this should be in place. That is just one of the many issues.
Thank you very much, Олег. Олег, пожалуйста, ваша рекомендация.
Ну, я, наверное, повторю то, что, конечно, очень важна и роль государства, и это требовать, безусловно, необходимо от государства использовать для этого все возможности. Очень важно, чтобы международные органы, приходя, работая в государстве, те же органы по миграции, были достаточно принципиальными и могли свою позицию отстаивать, потому что, ну, даже на примере Беларуси мы тоже имеем много поводов для критики такой работы. Вот. Но в конце концов, мне кажется, что очень важный инструмент – это спасение утопающих, дело рук самих утопающих. Известный тезис. Лучше самих людей, которые живут в стране, никто мониторинга не сделает. Они видят саму суть этих отношений. Вот эту логику зависимости, ее людям, которые не знают глубоко странового контекста, ее бывает очень трудно вычленить, очень трудно увидеть и зафиксировать, и доказывать. И поэтому, конечно же, очень важно, чтобы общими усилиями мы поддерживали работу гражданского общества вот по этой проблематике, и действительно создавали условия для того, чтобы люди могли свободно говорить об этих проблемах. Тогда будет понятно, с чем мы работаем и в чем причины этого явления. Потому что пока есть глубинные причины, сделать с этим что-то достаточно сложно, потому что, если так выгодно зарабатывать, значит, они всегда будут пробовать зарабатывать таким образом.
Спасибо огромное. Thank you very much for all speakers of the first subsession. And now let us move to the second subsession, in which we will hear from Nikolai Sonderbai, Senior Democracy and Human Rights Advisor of UNDP in Ukraine, from Beata Farachik, Polish Institute for Human Rights and Business, and from Olena Stepanenko, representative of Ukrainian ombudsperson. And let me give the floor to Nikolai, who is the lawyer and who is the specialist on human rights based approach to development, and who has very great many years experience to work as a development practitioner. Nikolai, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olena. Let me start by saying that I'm extremely pleased to participate in these important regional workshops. And I would like to start with express my deepest gratitude also to the organizers of this excellent regional forum that I have been able to participate in throughout the week. So I've been asked to talk about the human rights-based approach in relation to addressing migrants, forced labor and exploitation, but also you wanted me, Olena, to talk in more maybe general terms on the HRBA and in relation to the UN guiding principles. So my structure of my presentation will be, first of all, to give a short introduction of the human rights-based approach in relation to the guiding principles. Then I will speak a bit about the human rights-based approach in the context of addressing forced labor and exploitation of migrants in Ukraine, and then conclude and sum up where I will include some examples of how UNDP in Ukraine is working in relation to the human rights-based approach, the guiding principles, and addressing migrants' vulnerabilities. So let me move on to the first item, just to give you a short introduction to HRBA in relation to the guiding principles. And here I'm aware that there's a lot of experts around here at the table. But there's still maybe a need for some to understand how we work and how we operationalize the human rights-based approach. In essence, the HRBA is an international concept to development that has been operationalized over the last decade. It's essentially a shift away from the previous charity and needs-based approaches. Although human rights is increasingly coming under pressure today, as we see around the world, the human rights-based approach, in fact, is an approach in the development programming, which is gaining momentum similar to the guiding principles. And lately, France has taken this approach on board. Of course, in the beginning, it was the UN agencies, but now there's a lot of bilateral donors, the World Bank, the EU. I mean, the World Bank may not say human rights-based approach, but there's a lot of the same principles. And certainly the EU is going really upfront on this agenda. It's a process which is guided by human rights standards and principles, including empowerment, participation, non-discrimination, and a focus on vulnerability and accountability. It focuses very much on right holders and duty bearers and their capacities to claim and fulfill obligation related to human rights. In this context, of course, the private sector is also a duty bearer and their employees, migrant workers, right holders. The guiding principles was endorsed, as you know, by the Human Rights Council in 2011, and defines the state's duty to protect against human rights abuse by businesses, as well as the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. in the UN Guiding Principle, human rights refers to, at the minimum, those rights that are part of what we call the International Bill of Human Rights, i.e. the Universal Declaration of 48 and the two covenants of 66 on economic, social, and cultural rights and civil and political rights. Let me turn to the next point of discussion. So migrant workers at risk of forced labor and exploitation in Ukraine. So here, in general terms, applying a human rights-based approach lens would mean that the first step would really be to identify the right holders and the duty bearers. With regard to this identification of right holders, we have about 1.4 million IDPs in Ukraine, and we only have few thousands, if I'm correct, 3,000 or 4,000 refugees and some 5,000 to 6,000 asylum seekers. Correct me if I'm wrong, and then we have again few thousands of irregular migrants and third country national. Here it's interesting that 3 to 4 million Ukrainian migrant workers abroad, thus immigrants, in addition to the thousands of vulnerable Ukrainian citizens who are searching for decent jobs and may consider immigration. In general terms, migrants may face increased risk of adverse human rights impact from businesses, as we have heard about today, and exploitation due to the different vulnerabilities. Most commonly, these are linked to poverty, poor people in search of decent jobs, as we see Ukrainians moving internally or immigrating, searching for decent jobs and economic opportunities. Often their migration status differ. Some are citizens, some are non-citizens, some may not have a resident permit, some may have a work permit, others not. There are language barriers and limited access to adequate housing, healthcare, education, limited access to justice and legal aid. And some migrants also have legal and physical protection needs and have to flee from conflict, such as, of course, asylum seekers, refugees, and IDPs. And as we see during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic, we see also an increase in gender-based violence. Many of the migrants have been subject to discrimination in their host country linked to ethnicity, belonging to a particular social group, due to their sex, age, or religion or nationality in the host country. Hence, there are different categories of migrants and they have different rights, and many of them are not aware of their rights or informed about these or know how to claim them effectively. Therefore, applying a human rights-based approach lens will address these issues through empowerment and participation, meaningful, active participation as opposed to merely consultation. Similarly, we need to identify and analyze the capacity of the duty bearers. What is the capacity of the government? What is the capacity of the local government? What is the capacity of the businesses in Ukraine with regard to the guiding principles? Do they have a human rights policy commitment as they should have according to Principle 16 in the guiding principle? Do they have proper human rights due diligence processes? Principle 17 to 21, and is there a remediation process of adverse impact vis-a-vis migrant workers? Principle 22. These are very important steps, as well as the following steps when we do human rights-based analysis. We need to analyze the legal commitment. Some of the key questions here we would need to ask ourselves is, to what extent has the duty bearer, so whether it's the state or the private sector, adequately addressed human rights in relation to migrant workers into their national law practice principles? I mean, this is the principle of accountability, and to what extent can the rights be enforced? We need to analyze international, regional, and national law, and here we have again the Bill of Rights, the ILO Convention, the European Convention of Human Rights, of course, the national legislation, the Constitution. Ukraine is actually not doing very bad in terms of legislation, but the problem here lies maybe with regard to the implementation of and also addressing some of the policy commitments. To what extent are the policies adequate, reflecting human rights, migrant rights, ensuring the rights of migrant workers? Are there capacity gaps or are there administrative barriers? What are the legislative gaps? We need to and what are the policy gaps. These are key. Then finally, we need to also think about budget commitments when we apply an HRBA and LINS, whether it's related to the guiding principles or addressing migrants' vulnerability. We need to budget activities and outputs related to human rights, for example, grieving mechanisms. We need to budget this in from the beginning. We need to operationalize human rights in our result frameworks, and businesses need to refer to human rights standards into their due diligence processes. This is very easy. We have a lot of free baseline here from the UPR, from the treaty mechanism, from the special procedures. In conclusion, I know I'm running out of time. The human rights-based approach is really, really helpful here, and it puts right holders and duty bearers at the center. In each situation where we're confronted by a right, such as in the UN Guiding Principle due diligence process, we need to ask, what is the content of the right? What is our commitment? Who are the right holders? Do they know their rights? Are they able to claim their rights? Who are the duty bearers? Do they know their duties? Are they able to fulfill their responsibilities, protect, respect, and fulfill? And if not, how can we help the right holders and duty bearers to do so? In Ukraine, the government, at the government level, there is a political will regard to business and human rights. Recently, the government has agreed on a standalone national action plan. UNDP has in fact played a critical role here, and we are working very closely with the Ministry of Justice with regard to providing technical advice at the normative level on both human rights, but also on business and human rights on the national human rights strategy. We have a very fruitful collaboration also with the Ombudsman institution. We also work very closely with the civil society through regional hubs and have a significant outreach throughout the country, as well as we work with academia and the private sector. Therefore, we have a potential role to play in the immediate future in terms of promoting guiding principles, the UN guiding principle to ensure a very inclusive and meaningful participation through a multi-stakeholder consultation, through awareness raising, through empowerment. There's a lot of work in front of us in identifying and analyzing these legislative gaps, the policies, whether it's on migrant workers, whether it's on other areas. The guiding principles should involve everything. It's 48 human rights in the Bill of Rights. We need to move forward. And I think one way also to do it is really capacity building, understanding the concepts, and move away from the naming and shaming to the knowing and showing, targeting the private sector. I think UNDP can play a key role as a facilitator, as a technical advisor here, both when it comes to UN guiding principle, but also when it comes to addressing forced labor. I think here, and the exploitation of migrants, I think here it's key now to focus on the poverty and the problem of the brain drain and the outward immigration in Ukraine, which is a significant challenge which needs to be prioritized here. Lastly, I would just like to mention when it comes to the IDP, we have been actually quite successful in providing decent jobs and build entrepreneurship skills for the IDP population in the Donbas region. So here there's also some good lessons on empowering and participating and building, economic empowerment of very vulnerable migrants. So with these words, I'll give you back the floor to you, Olena, and I'll be happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And actually, yes, you're right. My request to Nikolai was to disclose the human rights-based approach is very starting point to build effective response to forced labor challenges. So thank you very much. And I want to return to the statement of Nikolai, how we can help to duty barriers. And actually next, our two speakers will give us examples how we can help. And I want to give the floor to Beata Faracik, the head of Polish Institute for Human Rights and Business and co-founder of Regional Business and Human Rights Association on Business and Human Rights in Central and Eastern Europe, and actually person which gave us the idea to conduct this side event on forced labor and migration. So Beata, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Elena, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If I could ask for my presentation to be started. And before I start, let me just thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak today at this event on such important topic and in the company of so distinguished speakers from the region as well, which I think is very important because the region was for long really overlooked, also at the UN level. So as the speakers who already spoke really provided a very comprehensive background kind of picture of the situation in the region. What I will do, I will kind of focus on the tools, and I cannot stress how important is what Nikolai just said about the legislation and policy coherence, because what kind of came through the experience that we had in Poland over the past 2 years, this is really something which can create, the lack of this coherence can create really a number of problems that individual business, even if they want to, just might not be able to overcome, the result being increased risk of forced labor in their supply chain. So before I start, if I could ask for the change of slide, before I start, let me just say that organizations that I represent is an independent NGO. We are not national human rights institutions. I'm mentioning it simply because we sometimes get confused. And it was co-founded by me and colleague in 2014 with the goal of raising awareness and building capacity on business and human rights issues in Poland and Central Eastern Europe, simply because at the time, like 2 years after the adoption of the UN Guiding Principles, basically this document was not really known in the region. And what we've started with was translating it into Polish to make it available to broader groups than just people who can speak English. So with time, our activities expanded, and change of slide, please. And it started to cover not only the research and analysis, both Poland and internationally focused, but also training and education efforts, as well as verification of workplace practices, and being a sort of watchdog also vis-a-vis public administration when it comes to the implementation of the National Action Plan. So yet what is key to our efforts, I think is this kind of readiness and will to work and provide support to all actors. So public administration, NGOs, trade unions, business, from the position of an impartial and objective actor. And I think this is really crucial because at times whom you need is somebody that you can trust. And we've talked about the issue of trust and how important it is to kind of start building those islands of trust in our region last week during the UN forum. And I think it's something that very often is totally overlooked. So change of slide, please. And I think this is crucial because unless you trust somebody, you won't work with that person fully and openly. And what we have succeeded, and what I'll be talking about during this presentation, is actually the toolkit on how to identify and prevent forced labor, which we have developed in Poland over the course of past 2 years with a number of stakeholders who really opened up, who really shared their experiences from day-to-day practice, and who knew that they can share this experience to the profit of others without facing some sort of repercussions or bad publicity and so on. And I cannot stress how important this is. So moving on, I think when we try to tackle forced labor and related migration issues, I mean, those are very interconnected and complex issues, as was already said a number of times today. And also what was stressed by Nikolai, kind of what the causes of those problems are also very complex, like poverty. And it's again this point where we kind of need to think that, well, the state won't tackle it by itself. Business won't tackle it by itself. Individuals and NGOs won't tackle it by itself. And it was stressed a number of times already today that we need this multi-stakeholder approach. And I think that it really, if it's run the right way, it can be fruitful. And I'm saying this looking back at the process that we went through in Poland, also in the framework of the multi-stakeholder and at the same time of the interministerial working group on workers that I had coordinated, and that forms part of the Committee on Sustainable Development and CSR, which is kind of an advisory body to the Minister of Funds and Regional Development. And over the course of the last 2 years, we have focused on developing both the legislative changes or recommendations of legislative changes, including development of the forced labor definition to be included in the Polish criminal court, because at the moment, the lack of this definition is making it very difficult to persecute perpetrators. And we've also developed the toolkit, which I'll be presenting in a moment. The key point is that in this working group, we had like really representatives of different ministries, labor inspection, border guards, trade unions, individual companies, business associations, NGOs, and so on, and academics as well. So you have a group of people who sees the same problem from different ends. And it's crucial if you want to find the solution. You really need to have the full picture, not just your narrow kind of perspective in which you are kind of embedded simply because you're in business or NGOs that wants to kind of, call on business that it's not doing enough. And I know that we all have this tendency to solve problems by legislation, but as was already said, that's just not enough. And if we want to solve the problem, we need to kind of look at it from the perspective of a person who is kind of trying in a good faith to solve it, and who wants to undertake specific steps, but needs guidance on how to do it. And we just need to put ourselves in these shoes. And the next slide, please. We need to kind of think from the perspective of a person who wants to conduct basically a proper human rights due diligence in the context of forced labor prevention. And it's only because we have undertaken to develop this very practical toolkit for business, and in particular, having in mind small and medium enterprises that for a majority of the Polish and also Central and Eastern Europe business landscape, only because we've tried to provide them with a very clear guidance on how to identify it and prevent forced labor in their facilities and in their supply chains. And only simply because we had to go through all those tiny steps, we've discovered how many obstacles there are. Also in terms of insufficient or lacking legislation, like in Poland, outsourcing is totally unregulated. And it's one of the ways through which a number of labor law legislation is being circumvented. But we've also kind of had situations like with the whole discussion with the Office of the Personal Data Protection. I mean, it took us a year of exchange with the Office of the Personal Data Protection to develop a position and interpretation and a specific consent form that can be included and is included in the toolkit, which would allow a company through the use of audit to get access to some of the documentation needed to conduct, verifiable and credible audit. Because otherwise we could have, we can run audit with all the documentation which has all the personal data deleted. But then, if somebody is in bad faith from our contractors, from our suppliers, they might just provide us with the documentation from different people, and we won't be even able to cross-check it. So unless we have this coherence at the legislative level, even in issues like personal data protection, which at the beginning, none of us have thought that this might be an issue. And in fact, this was the part that kept the process lasting much longer than we've expected. Unless all those issues are solved, we won't be able to provide clear guidance. But this also means that if we are not able to provide clear guidance as a state or as an institution that is meant to provide support, this means that business simply won't be able to do it. So if I could ask for the next slide, the way we've approached development of the toolkit and selection of tools, we basically started from stressing the need to have a clear policy on preventing forced labor and providing concrete examples of policies. So it's kind of like, then we kind of moved to initial risk assessment. And again, there is a concrete tool on how to do it. Then next step are the checklists, and with questions on how to verify in case company engages with the employment and recruitment agencies, or in case you're engaging with a concrete a contractor, and also additional checklists in the case when there is a very high likelihood of having migrant workers involved. Basically, those are checklists with questions and indications where they can find specific information. And the point is also, to a large extent, on what already one of the speakers said, that there are a number of agencies which are not licensed, but simply because small and medium enterprises even don't know that there should be a license, they don't know what to ask. So we've created very clear checklists that it's enough to go through to avoid a number of problems. Then comes the next stage, do, right? So it's kind of like this integration of different tools. So this is the stage when we have all those kind of nice, lofty words of policy on forced labor being transferred into contracts. And here in this section, we provide concrete examples and model clauses that companies can use in their contracts with the agencies, with their contractors and suppliers. And again, here we've got also the whole section on the personal data protection safeguards and also on concrete examples. And then, because crucial to fighting a problem of forced labor is the empowerment, also which was mentioned a number of times already, the toolkit comprises two sets of leaflets for workers, providing information about what forced labor is, how they can recognize if they are victims, but also providing contact details and hotlines to any. We had those translated also into Ukrainian and Russian. They will be shortly, ready and available. And also Polish Labor Inspection runs helplines. And then we have the next step with monitoring. And here we've got both questions for the internal and third-party audit. And also we have surveys that you can, as a company, you can conduct among the workers. And finally, the final stage, we have again two options. If those surveys and audits showed that there are some infringements, but they don't amount to forced labor, then you can apply corrective action plan, example of which is provided. And then we also have instructions what to do if there is a risk. Well, if there is indications that there was forced labor, and then you know that you should go to police and labor inspection and so on, so on. So we're kind of given very clear guidance. And just to finish, we've organized also a 3.5-hour webinar to present this toolkit, to provide some additional info and tips. But I think what is crucial, and what I've said already before, one of the greatest values of this process of developing the toolkit, apart from having the toolkit at the end, which kind of you can just pick and use concrete tools, one of the major add-ons was identification of the different gaps in the legislation that we are currently addressing. And we are meeting and developing recommendations for the state, again, in this very multi-stakeholder group, on how those issues should be solved. Thank you very much. And sorry for going over the time again.
Thank you very much, Beata. And actually, we have 10 more minutes, so we will have time for our next speaker and for some questions and for some feedbacks from our participants. And I would like to give the floor to Alena Stepanenko, who is a representative of Parliamentary Commissioner, Ukrainian Parliamentary Commissioner for Human Rights, and she will present very briefly, unfortunately, the results of the research on business and human rights in times in COVID-19, which covers forced labor issues and migrant workers issues as well, and their additional vulnerabilities in times of COVID-19 as a good example of what we can do for duty barriers. Ms. Stepanenko, the floor is yours.
Спасибо, Елена. Действительно, я очень благодарна, что есть возможность озвучить результаты нашего исследования. Действительно, секретариат уполномоченного по правам человека провел такое исследование в сотрудничестве с Датским институтом по правам человека. И мы хотели бы сказать, что целью этого исследования было именно выявление риска возможного негативного влияния предпринимательских структур на права человека, особенно в условиях пандемии. Текущая ситуация действительно подвергает уязвимые группы населения большому риску быть эксплуатируемыми и попасть вот в эту паутину современного рабства. Это и принудительный труд, и детский труд, и торговля людьми. И я хочу сказать, что один из выводов наших был такой, что если компания, предприятия имплементировали политику вот этой должной осмотрительности в свою экономическую деятельность, то эти компании оказались более подготовленные и гибкие по отношению к вызовам, которые вот сейчас испытывают все во время COVID-19. Мы установили, что, например, компаниям необходимо разрабатывать политики по идентификации этих вызовов, по этим рискам, потому что, например, вот неоплата больничных или отмена заказов, или несвоевременная оплата поставок, а также неэффективные процедуры рассмотрения жалоб или их полное отсутствие, все это и другие факторы также отрицательно влияют на работников. Во всем мире страны, наше исследование показало, вводят законодательные меры, которые предусматривают ответственность за принудительный труд. Отдельные страны, например, мы смотрели опыт Великобритании, Австралии, приняли специальное законодательство по борьбе с современным рабством и в связи с дополнительными рисками, обусловленными еще и COVID-19. И риск стать жертвой принудительного труда, конечно, я согласна, возрастает и для украинских трудовых мигрантов. И об этом говорили на форуме ООН, и сегодня звучала эта тема. По данным социологического мониторинга, который производит Институт социологии Национальной академии наук Украины, свыше 25% украинцев имеют личный опыт временной работы за границей или такой опыт имеют члены их семей. Кроме того, работники, которые сохранили свои рабочие места на предприятиях, в тех или иных видах сферах хозяйственной деятельности, которые именно являются важными для жизнеобеспечения деятельности государства, могут сталкиваться и с повышенным риском чрезмерной нагрузки эксплуатации на их труда, поскольку на них может осуществляться уже усиленное давление, чтобы они работали больше, чем обычно, в связи с тем, что спрос на товары увеличивается при той же оплате труда, и фактически таким образом часть труда у них не оплачивается. Вот. Ну, благодаря поддержке этого исследования мы пришли к некоторым выводам, вы с ними можете ознакомиться, это есть на сайте, но я бы кратко буквально сказала, что какие рекомендации мы как бы бизнесу даем. Это целесообразно проведение вот этого оперативного анализа своих операций, цепочек поставок на предмет рисков принудительного труда. И в том числе это касается и риска, когда используется труд мигрантов, особенно в контексте COVID-19. Кроме того, целесообразно поддерживать своих поставщиков для обеспечения защиты их работников от риска принудительного труда, потому что вот эта поддержка непрерывности деятельности подрядчиков также помогает защитить наемных работников. Очень важно, мы считаем, показало наше исследование, обеспечить каналы коммуникаций для работников, в том числе работников и подрядчиков, чтобы был механизм, когда работники могут иметь доступ к каналу, чтобы выразить обеспокоенность или пожаловаться на действия своего работодателя. Особенно в условиях COVID-19 это приобретает большое значение, потому что это уже связано не только с рисками для здоровья, но и с риском права на жизнь может нарушаться, если работники не обеспечены работодателем надлежащими средствами индивидуальной защиты. И, конечно же, мы считаем, что для предотвращения и реагирования на риски принудительного труда очень важно, а фактически решающее значение имеет обеспечение эффективного государственного контроля в лице инспекции труда, и, естественно, возрастает роль организации работников, профсоюзов. Мы это видели на примере у нас, наших профсоюзов, которые и проводили исследования, и проводили опрос работников на предмет обеспечения их прав. Поэтому, естественно, эти вопросы очень важны, мы над ними работаем. И я думаю, что вот очень сегодня важно то, что обмен мнениями, который есть, он очень важен для того, чтобы мы получали дополнительную информацию. Благодаря, вот я очень внимательно слушала Беату, мы заинтересованы в том, чтобы перевести на украинский язык вот эти инструменты, рекомендации, чек-лист, потому что здесь мы видим, это конкретный инструмент для того, чтобы их можно было рекомендовать для внедрения. Спасибо вам, Беата, за такую информацию. Ну вот кратко как бы все. Спасибо большое.
Спасибо большое, Елена Анатольевна. Thank you very much. And my question actually goes to Nikolai. Nikolai, what do you think if we introduce, for example, mandatory conducting a modern slavery risk assessment or forced labor risk assessment? How we can be sure that such assessment does not become a formal box ticking by businesses?
Good question, Olena, thanks for that. I think it's good. I think it would be good that it's mandatory if you look at, and in relation to my presentation on the rights-based approach, because that would ensure trade unions and civil society organization representing migrant workers or other vulnerable rights holders. I mean, because this could apply also to other, of course, categories, would have a chance to actually to be represented and to claim a case. You know, because if it's voluntary, you know, what can you do in terms of enforcing your rights and claiming your rights? I mean, then then there's no de facto no accountability, and so I would be inclined to, you know, to argue that this would be a good idea to have a mandatory. Of course, there is a risk that it might just be a checklist, but at least you would have trade unions and lawyers and civil societies who would be able to represent, you know, right holders and follow up on this. I'm in favor, of course, of the voluntary, that, you know, that, and my point during my presentation that we should go away now of naming and, you know, shaming. And we really need to, I think where we need to invest in Ukraine is really significantly on the awareness raising, you know, throughout, you know, from duty bearers, whether it's businesses or state, but also, you know, with regard to, of course, involvement of development partners and SMEs. When I meet with SMEs, there's an appetite actually for human rights and green growth. So I think that there is an area here, and we're just at the beginning in Ukraine of something, of an interesting journey. But I would be in favor of, I think I would be in favor of a mandatory process. But there's always, I mean, there's a lot of challenges because this is also linked to governance. I mean, we also have to work on, you know, governance structures, policies, anti-corruption. I mean, there's a lot of issues here in terms of ensuring implementation and enforcement. So, but, you know, without delaying the conversation, this would be my short answer.
Thank you very much. And unfortunately, we have just 2 minutes to very, very final words. Beata, Olena, please, what is your mind? How to make these tools really efficient? What is key action to make this tool really substantive, not formal?
Mm-hmm. Many thanks. Well, our experience of working with all those different stakeholders was basically make sure that you engage them. And that this is not some sort of tool that is imposed from the outside, but that they really do have ownership. And I think I really regret that I cannot kind of show in 1 minute, 3.5 hours of one webinar. But I think if you would watch it, you would see how engaged individual people were. And obviously, they are not representing, the full, they are not representing all the millions of individual businesses. But still, if there is a voice coming from a respected company, from a big company, but also from a small company, and they both say the same, it is doable, this is the tool I've helped to develop. And when the same message is coming from the state institutions like labor inspection, which says, well, we were involved in this toolkit development. And if you use those tools, you basically are answering all the questions that we will ask if we will do the check. So, if there will be the legislation like mandatory human rights due diligence or any other one, just even focus only on forced labor, when we will be checking companies, we'll be asking those questions. So here you are. Those are the tools. We helped to develop them. Just, take and use it. So I think this engagement of stakeholders and making sure that they are really taking ownership of the process is really crucial. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Nikolai, yeah, I see your point to it.
Just, sorry, just a quick intervention and a question to Beata. I would really be curious if you could share this tool. Unfortunately, I don't speak Polish or Ukrainian quite yet. I understand that there are similarities. So I wonder if it's available in English. Or if it's going to be available in English, because we would love to see that in Ukraine. My second point maybe is more maybe a point of caution is because you can say I'm a bit in favor of focusing on the all the human rights. I mean, and we have, as I said, 48 human rights in the Bill of Rights. So if you just narrow it down and you make too many risk assessments or individual tools, like in the UK, they have the anti-slavery. In France, they have the whole due diligence process. Then I would maybe be in favor of having, a more comprehensive approach. Of course, I can see the benefits of having a toolkit to specific rights holders at risk. But there's also a risk that we develop toolkits, for many categories.
And I see that we are starting a very interesting new discussion. Unfortunately, we have not time anymore. We have a lot of questions which are still open, and actually we have very interesting comments in our chat box from our participants, from Anastasia Tokunova. We have very interesting questions from Hanna Shvachka, from Marina Kapustina. We have representatives from Kyrgyzstan, from Moldova, and actually it would be very interesting to meet again and to continue our communication, our conversation, and to create platform to exchange our experience within our region and beyond. Thank you very much for very crucial, very important points which gave us all our speakers today. Thank you to participants, thank you to organizers, and I really hope that we will continue our communication and our exchange of our experience. Thank you again for great contribution. Thank you.
Thank you, Elena, as well.
Thank you.
Thanks, Elena. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you all. This concludes the side event titled Migration and Forced Labor, Building an Effective Response in the EE and CA region. Thank you all for joining us for the final day of the first Regional Forum on Business and Human Rights in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, making human rights a priority for business.